Okay, guys, we are back. Sorry about the other one. It was all messed up. Hopefully, this time we won't have an issue. I'm going to post the link below right now. If I can. There we go. Okay, you guys, put the link below. See if you can join with it. I've also posted the link now on the announcement page for the Hangout, so should be everywhere. Ambient noise. You do not have access to this page? What the hell? Nobody can join. Why? Oh, man. I'm going to kill Google. This is getting ridiculous. Oh, David got in. Okay, let's see if it works. Oh, Frost Draco got in. Good. Is it working now, guys? Nobody.
Oh, it's working. Hey.
Okay, perfect. I was about to take my computer screen and throw it across the room.
Wait, I'm here. Oh my gosh, this is so confusing. I'm hearing two different
Uh-oh.
voices, two different Andrews. What's going on? Let's see.
Sorry,
Oh,
my speaker's
let
on.
me close this. Hold on, I'm gonna have to plug and unplug my
Okie dokie.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, people
I
are getting...
figured out how to fix it.
What the f is going on?
I figured out how to fix it. See in the URL, if you remove everything after auth user 0,
Oh, there's a trick to this?
in the URL where it says auth user equals 0, remove
Yeah.
everything after that.
Oh, okay. And do I leave the equal sign after that?
Equal 0 and take away everything else.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, I'll do that right now.
It was an
Really?
authentication issue.
Oh, okay, guys. We've modified it. Should be working,
Yay.
hopefully. Let's click that. Oh, yeah. Oh, it works. Totally. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I was about to go apeshit.
Let's see.
Okay, guys, so the link in the description should be actually working now, apparently.
God, but now my sound is doing all weird. It's annoying.
Just one of those days.
Like I'm hearing my voice through my headphones, but I'm hearing all of your voices through the computer.
Uh-oh.
Come on. Do something right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
That was my
Hello?
speaker that you were hearing.
Hello.
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 Hi. Yes, it works.
Awesome. Hey,
Fuck
guys.
yes. How's everyone going? How's everyone doing? All right.
Sitting here naked, ready to do a hangout. All right.
Oh, is it working? Yes, it is. Oh my gosh.
It better
Oh.
work.
It is. I can hear everything in my ears now. It's how it's supposed to be.
So David,
It's a miracle.
My goodness.
what's your honest opinion about the beat I sent you?
I liked it. I mean, it's a techno. It's like a techno beat. You know?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's not really. That wasn't your rap beat, was it?
No.
Okay. Yeah. It's definitely like more techno. I liked it though.
I
think you just need to add more. I did say techno. I think you need to add more like. Oh, I put it in the email, my reply to you, but like add more variation as it goes along.
Okay.
I think that's the key to good electronic music is like it builds on itself as it goes along. You know, there's always something like in the next measure that's like different than before.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
It depends on what style.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Have you heard of the song Disclosure?
I believe so.
Called like Latch.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah. I like that song.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want to aim at.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm kind of limited with the sounds that I have right now.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that's stopping me. So, yeah.
What do you
if have any
use?
ideas. I use FL Studio.
Oh, that's a good
Have you
one.
have you ever heard of do you know the VST Citrus?
No, I don't. But I mean, I'm open to anything. So.
It comes with FL Studio. You should look up tutorials for it because it's very versatile.
Oh, what's it called?
Citrus?
Citrus. Okay, I'll toy with it.
No, it's spelled like this.
If you buy like, can't you? I mean, you can buy or download like extra kits, or like extra sound packs,
Definitely.
drum kits and stuff. FL Studio is like one of the big ones. I mean, that's one of the most widely used. So I'm sure that's probably the best.
I got like a 500 gigabyte VST and sound library on my computer. It's crazy.
I was gonna ask, like, David, if I make a rap beat, how long should a verse be, and how long should a chorus be? Does it?
Well, don't worry about choruses because I don't really. But like verses should be. I mean, they should be like 16 bars.
Okay.
Or 32. I mean, 16 is probably good, and then just have like a little like interlude between them that's like, you know, just a couple of bars long, and then go back into another verse.
Right. Okay. So like
16. Yeah, 16 is the standard though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know, and I kind of needed to, so now I know.
Yeah, if you listen to a bunch of rap songs and like count, like that's what all of them do. It's it's either 16 or 32.
Bars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you guys want to get into it?
Sure.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about the value of life as an existing replicating organism, and that with evolution, we basically keep replicating ourselves and creating more of us and modifying ourselves with variations and stuff like that through replication. What is the value of that process? What do you guys think? And this is not something we can know, but like it's interesting to discuss.
I don't think it has value. I think sentience is the source of value. I think desire is the source of value. Feelings are the source of value. It just so happens that survival was a byproduct of being able to feel a certain way, but it's the feelings that matter, not what they cause.
Okay, that's interesting.
I come from more of a Socratesian school, where it says that the value of life is pretty much whatever you want it to be, pleasure.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can't ignore the fact that life doesn't really, when it comes down to reproducing, it doesn't really have a meaning other than extending the lifespan of the species.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
But at some point, the life of the individual does become important, I think.
I mean, different people value different things, but I think that the source of all value is feeling good about something.
Yep.
Feeling good about something.
Yeah, I think that the one thing that all values sort of reduce to is whether or not they're making you experience a positive state of mind or relieving suffering or something like that. But in and of itself, life lacks any purpose or meaning. Because purpose and meanings are part of life, they can't be extended to the whole, you know. It's a fallacy of composition.
Interesting.
That's an interesting way to look at it, that right there. So purpose is is fundamentally a part of humans. So it's hard. Does that make it hard to discuss abstractly? Because it's only a conception that we can have.
Any consciousness.
Yeah.
I think it's humans that look to find purpose in life, not necessarily that there is an innate purpose.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So do we really just make it up?
Do we really just make it up?
I mean, you know what I mean?
I don't think it's such a bad question, but to expect a grandiose answer, I think, is where we fall short.
Okay.
To be honest, I think that the nihilism about purpose and meaning is probably the best way that it could be, because there's no limits or restrictions on. It's not saying that there is no purpose or there is no meaning, but there's no intrinsic. You know, it's not forced on you from outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the existentialists got it the closest. I mean, it's just meaning is like self-generated. We come up with our own meaning. There's no reason to think that there's something out there that's it's just like meaning itself is just what would an external meaning look like? Like how would we know if there was some kind of external purpose to life?
We need a directive.
Say that again?
We need a directive to find out anything like that, which we don't have.
What do you mean?
There's no rule book to being human.
Yeah. But even if there was, like, it's still, even if there was like a book that was like the Bible or something that was like infallible, like it's still because we make the meaning, like we make it meaningful. We have to decide that it's meaningful. You know, like so. I don't know how. Maybe I feel like it's almost impossible to have something like external that is somehow like universally meaningful to people.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. Because I'm just such in that mindset of, well, people make meaning. I mean, there's not. I don't understand how that would be. That there would be something outside that everyone. It would be meaningful for everyone and provide purpose for everyone. Like, just I don't know what that would be.
So then, what about the cultural phenomenon where people turn negative things into meaning, like music that speaks too fondly about sexuality in a way that it promotes pleasure over human value? That, like you know what I mean, that sort of thing. Like, what about people who create purpose that's just not productive?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean that begs the question as to productivity having purpose. So there's an implicit assumption in there that productivity has value.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to question that. Like, what do you mean it has to have purpose? I mean, it has to be productive.
It's like atheists, when they get rid of God, they still think that survival is what matters, when actually it doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, there's no reason for us to exactly, like to survive and reproduce like that. Why should we accept that as the purpose of life? We don't have to.
That's their new God.
Yeah. Is that where you would apply that? Like doesn't imply ought, like just because it is a certain way, just because we have certain drives to like survive and reproduce doesn't mean that we ought to do that.
Yes, because we can voluntarily, suspend that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And there are other means to extend the species, so it's not like every single individual has to reproduce.
Yeah.
Well, for an individual,
even in some cases, you shouldn't.
Yep.
Or most cases.
It depends on if it's an individual or or a whole. I mean, life in general is probably meaningless, but for an individual, their purpose in life is to, eat and reproduce. So life, it depends on a difference between individualism and generalism, I think.
Yeah.
But then what about people who I think that our culture, to a mass degree, as individuals, chooses very selfishly to the point that I think it's rather destructive and wasteful. So should we just accept that those are the paths that individuals have chosen, and this is just the way that we're going to do what we do, and just sort of accept that? Or you see what I'm saying?
I see no problem with people being selfish. I guess the problem comes in where that selfishness ends up making bad decisions for the people around you, including yourself, and you don't even realize it because you haven't acquired enough knowledge to know what the consequences of your actions are.
Okay. So then,
I think individuals can be selfish, but individuals can be selfish, but whole people probably can't. Otherwise, culture wouldn't survive for very long. If everyone was selfish and out to eat everyone else, the culture wouldn't survive.
I do think
that's a good point.
I do think a bit of selfishness in humans refers to because we are social creatures and we don't want to be alone. Selfishly, we don't want to be alone all the time. So, in a way, looking after other people in itself, well, I'm kind of come from the idea that all actions are selfish actions.
Yeah, that's actually
we wouldn't do them.
That's called psychological egoism. So, like, it's in your self-interest to be selfless. Like, for example, there's reciprocity, and you scratch my back, I scratch yours. So it's still, it benefits you and the other person in a way that's more productive than being totally selfish.
Yep.
But it's still selfish.
Yeah, isn't there a word for that? What's the
I think it's tit for tat. Is that what you're talking about?
Reciprocity.
It's a bit of
Well,
altruism.
Wait, say that again? I think that was...
Altruism.
Yeah, but it's like selfish altruism. It's like self-interested. I don't know. There's a phrase for that. I forget what it is. But yeah, it's like you can still benefit each other while, being selfish. You're both people are benefiting at the same time. Yeah.
Like, I talk to people all the time about things like charity work.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, like, come from the idea that charity work is naturally not selfish and it's selfless. And then I ask the person, why do you do charity work? Why do you go on things like mission trips? And they're like, well, I like doing it. Isn't that selfish within itself?
Yeah.
The feeling that you get from doing said action?
I think that everything we do is, by definition, selfish. I mean, I know you can be selfless or altruistic, but ultimately, though, that has to end with your desire to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Or also to get repaid for doing it. I mean, if you study, I mean, even in animals, I think vampire bats actually feed other vampire bats if they're sick, but in return they expect to get paid, and if they don't pay them back with blood, they will stop helping them out. And I think it's the same with people. I think if you do a favor to somebody, you kind of maybe instinctively expect
Reciprocation.
it to be returned. Yeah, reciprocation. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could even argue maybe reciprocation has some selfish element to it, If you're only doing it to get repaid, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You can't escape that. Like, you can't escape the selfish aspect of any any action, because we're stuck in our bodies and our minds. Like, we can't escape ourselves.
You cannot expect to be repaid, but I think it's always a thought that guides our actions.
Yeah, even if it's unconscious.
Hey guys, I tend to think that safety is the #1 priority, and I find that there's a lot of safety in numbers and people working together, and even though we're different, understanding each other for the purpose of safety. And this is sort of a concept that I find a lot of people can't grasp, and that rather irritates me.
Well,
what do you guys think about that?
In a way, we are stuck in our own heads, so I can understand why people view things that way. But at the same time, they can't ignore the evidence. I mean, just look at religion. That's like one of the easiest pieces of evidence. The fact that there are people that no longer believe the beliefs of the religion that they're supposed to be a part of, but they stay for the community. Like, I think it was the Clergy Project.
Yeah. Yeah, like that sort of fits my personality, and so though I know God doesn't exist, I would like to be sort of part of a community. That's why I do this. I want to meet people like me and communicate with and understand other people and work together for safety purposes. And
well,
like that.
I think even very religious people don't. I mean, there was a study I think done at one point, and it said that most people who are Christians, say, have never read the Bible. So most people who claim to be religious really are only doing it for the community. There's very few people who are kind of hardcore religious, scholars,
I've noticed with my family, a lot of them look to each other for what to do regarding religion. Like what to believe or what they think is okay.
Yeah, it's probably very common because, again, I mean, any religious person is only religious because either they're born into the religion, or, I mean, they may have rejected the religion, but and chosen another religion by themselves. But most people are just religious because their parents were religious.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. True. But again, I find the atheist approach to be rather lonely. You know what I mean? Like who wants
boring?
Yeah, it's
well. They once said herding atheists is like herding cats. it's very hard to get atheists together, you know, to talk about anything, because again, it's atheism. It's you know, it isn't. By definition, it's like saying atheism as a religion is like saying, you know, off as a TV channel. You know, it's it doesn't really have anything to bind people together as such, in and of itself. I mean, you can say, oh, we're atheists, but we're, you know, for gay marriage or whatever, you know, or for equality. But these are kind of things that latch onto it. They're not kind of common to the core of it, because there is no core. There can't be core to nothing, you know? It is by definition nothing, you know?
Humanism's usually kind of like put in there with atheism, and they try to make that part of it. But I mean, they don't have to be connected. But
well, humanism is probably a bit better, because it has for one thing, it has a longer history. I mean, the term atheist wasn't really, it was around, but it was kind of used as a slanderous term. I think atheist goes back maybe to ancient Greece or something. There was I think it was used mostly as a curse word, you know. And that goes up right till like the 1960s. I mean, that's why a lot of people were afraid of. Yeah, but I mean, even a lot of the Red Scare against Russia, you know, they were called, oh, you know, communist and atheist, you know, atheist worse than communist, you know, yeah. But that's what
people still think Hitler was an atheist, which is interesting.
No, he was a Roman Catholic, but he also, people have claimed, creationists sometimes claim that Hitler was Darwinist. Hitler hated the idea of evolution. He said, you know, it's awful, you know, to think that we descended from apes. You know, he thought he was doing, you know, the work of divine kind of providence, I guess, and his knowledge of kind of, you know, I mean. Hitler's knowledge of even race and everything like that was even outdated for its time. I mean, people, you know, the whole notion of different races of humans doesn't make any sense. I mean, there's more genetic diversity on opposite ends of the Congo Basin for chimpanzees than there is between humans on opposite ends of the earth.
Yeah, that's a weird idea, race.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
How do you create the boundaries of that?
There are some phenological and biological groupings that you could go under, but like you said,
not
too much genetic variance.
No, but actually that goes back to the point of kind of the main competitor to evolution was kind of taxonomy that kind of classified different organisms, like say squirrels and marsupials. Like, you know, they said just because they look the same, they should be the same, you know, in the same family. But, you know, a marsupial flying squirrel is more, a mammalian flying squirrel is more closely related to an elephant than a marsupial flying squirrel, you know.
That's cool.
Even though they look the same, they're as distantly related as possible, you know.
Yeah, and it's not like with humans, with people, race just isn't like it's not a helpful like idea. Like, I don't know, like, why is it useful? Like, why would we need that idea of race? You know,
well,
like
it's because a lot of it was useful as kind of propaganda for colonialism. I mean, if you call a particular group of people, you know, less than human or subhuman or a different species, you know, you can justify, you know, using them as slaves or exterminating them.
Yeah, or taking their stuff. Oh, I mean, they're not like us.
Yeah.
Let's take their stuff.
Yeah, but why do we still have it? I mean, I think we've grown out of it by now.
I think we still have it because of the apparent differences within the phenotypes of human beings.
Well, yeah.
Now, I don't think race is I don't think it has any real weight. Like, I do think there's groupings that you could put people under, but...
Oh, well, yeah, well, that's true.
It's not as
like
if
religion.
It makes a real difference in their biology except for certain things. Like, for instance, African American people are more prone to having sickle cell and things like it's little things like that, but it's not enough to completely say that this group of people is completely different from us in every single way.
I think it's kind of a double-edged sword because at the same time people want to identify themselves as being different, you know.
They want to. People have a natural inclination to group themselves together.
Yeah, I guess it's the psychological part of it. And like when we first see people, that's the first thing we notice is the, whatever skin color or body type or whatever. So we're always gonna kind of use that to group people. But I don't know.
But that's the thing. There has to be some kind of difference, or else these groups wouldn't exist. So I agree. Like, I mean, the differences between the various groups aren't completely non-existent. They are there, but and that's why atheism, is hard to group together because there may be huge differences between individual atheists, but the common theme of atheism is there is no real team behind it apart from, I guess, kind of anti-authority kind of intellectualism. But beyond that, it's very kind of thin. I mean, anyone could be an atheist. You could be an atheist, living on a desert island. You don't necessarily need a community. I mean, you could even argue everyone is born atheist.
Yeah. You could argue that.
Yeah. Okay. So so on that note, do you guys think that we need these power structures to maintain normalcy, or to have any sort of collective cohesion? Do we have to have these control systems like governments and things like that?
I think that's also a double-edged sword in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think as technology expands and we produce new types of energy and there's less need for people to have a rigid structure, they'll be able to cultivate their talents a bit more, which in turn requires a little bit less government because people are just doing what they like and not what they need to do.
Well, particularly with the internet, I mean, if you study kind of how government is actually, people complain a lot about, government being too powerful, but actually government has been incredibly weakened over the past 30 years. I mean, with the rise of kind of multinational corporations and particularly the internet, power has veered away from the government, and it's kind of been, again, as you said, more and more in the hands of individuals. But there's still going to be clusters of power. I mean, in particular, I think corporations are actually now more powerful than countries.
Yeah.
And that's disturbing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like it's...
What was that?
Nice.
That was the dramatic
The
effect.
Batman theme.
Okay.
No, it's from the Batman movie, isn't it?
No, that's from Inception.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the theme that the kind of tune that played whenever the Joker came. No.
Composer.
Or whenever Batman punched somebody, or growled or something at the screen,
Where are they?
Yeah, okay.
I love Inception.
So, on that note, guys, I wanted to talk about falling into human traps.
Okay.
I was listening to Gary talk about something. Not that, I'm not worshiping Gary or anything. It's just every once in a while, a nice fruit of truth drops from the tree.
Yeah.
So he described as a metaphor life as like a rickety bridge. Like the more you walk on it, the longer you go, the more possibility that the wood's going to break, you're going to fall through. I think that might be an exaggeration. But
wait, what? What does that mean? Like
So like
in an individual life, or
yeah, like
okay.
So let's say you want to become a musician. So you're going to be walking across this bridge trying to get to a goal on the other side of the cliff. You're walking on this bridge, but there are all kinds of haphazard things that can happen. You might, you know what I mean? Like it's as a metaphor. There's this rickety bridge you have to cross to get to a goal, and so like a lot of the choices we make can be really dangerous, and a lot of the paths we choose can be really dangerous. What do you guys think about how do we deal with that, trying to get to places? Is it worth trying to get to places and taking risks like that? Does that make sense?
That's such a broad question, though. Like, I don't know how to start answering that.
Well, that's why I want to talk about it.
Risk than to be safe? Is that the general question? I mean,
yeah, do we value safety over trying to do haphazard things?
I do.
I think we do. Just look at how our societies are built. Like, just look at all the things that we put in place to keep things from crumbling down around us.
Yeah.
Even though men are more inclined to take risks, I mean, just look at the fact that we also try and find some type of stability. I think that's part of the human condition, is finding stability.
Yeah, I see that. I feel that in my life. Like, I like to go through periods of risk, and then when I start getting too overwhelmed, I just kind of dip back down, or like go back into my safe, cave, and like not do too much for a while until I feel better, and then like kind of venture back out and take more risks, and then I kind of do that like a cycle. Maybe humans do that in general. I don't know. Do you think society does that? Or are we just on like an upward, continual like risk taking? I don't know, until something crashes, I guess.
I think we do. Just look at how science progresses in a way. There isn't really any huge advancements in short amounts of time. It kind of happens in periods.
Yeah.
Periods where we kind of get comfortable with what we have, and then we need to find something else once we've already mastered that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, guys, to be more specific, thus far in my life, I've been fucked around a lot by people, and I've experienced my fair share of manipulation, and I've paid the consequences for those things.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, I'm finding it difficult to take more risks because I've suffered the negative side of taking risks far too many times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You gotta kind of crawl yourself out of that sometimes, really slowly.
Yeah.
Just kind of back into the old
that's part of why knowledge is a good thing. You can take risk while knowing the consequences.
Yeah. Well, I could even say, like, right now, the ground that I'm standing on, I'm not sure how stable it is.
What do you mean?
Like, I find that some of the people I work with are really sadistic and dangerous. And I find that people make choices on my behalf or unreasonably push their belief system or ideas on me and like try to like continually brainwash me into thinking like they do. And sometimes some of the ideas actually reach me, and then I actually try a different approach, but then I realize, oh, I'm just being fooled. Like, for example, I
Depends
met
on what type of people you work with, though.
Yeah.
Where do you work?
I work at a school.
Oh,
so.
okay, school. So are you?
Environment.
Are you a teacher?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think I want to change my profession, but I haven't really done anything else, and so I'm kind of in this weird place where I have to kind of start over, and like there's going to be a lot of risk taking again, and my resources are not as good as they used to be. So I have less resources, and so I have this like sort of pessimistic view of life right now. So that's kind of playing a role in what I'm doing.
You think it's just fear it's just like fear of taking the risks and stuff?
Well, I'm sort of just I'm sort of exhausted. I'm sort of tired of being fucked around.
Yeah.
And I want to be myself, but you can't do that. So it's kind of
You
like
can't do that.
who I am is contrary to social values, and yeah, people don't like me. To that extent, yeah.
I think lots of people like you, Andrew.
You're right. They just won't. Those people can't give me money, so.
That's true. Man, the people with money, they're always so hard to please.
Yeah, they are.
Why can't these people be more easygoing?
Yeah. We have the dollars.
Gosh. It is weird.
Yeah.
Do you teach
So
in
anyway-
a public school or a private school?
Oh, public.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as there's different types of criticism. If it's it can be constructive or destructive. But if you feel you're being threatened or
Oh yeah, I'm being threatened all the time. Yeah.
then you shouldn't tolerate it. I mean.
Well, yeah, and I'm not to some degree, but I mean these are people I have to see every day, and so I'm a professional, and so I don't show any feeling. I keep a stable mood when I'm at work, but inside I'm on fire. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not healthy.
But you have outlets though. I mean, I think that's like that's what, I don't know. I feel like you just need to like use your outlets more so that you can get that, so that doesn't interfere. And maybe like, I know it's frustrating because I hate that too. Like having to separate like when I'm at work and not being able to be myself and be genuine. But then if I have some like good outlets like writing or vlogging or whatever, like then I don't know, that makes up for it, and I kind of like feel more at peace because I can at least get that stuff out and then go back to work and be like, okay, I'm just here to make money. I'm not here to be myself. I'm just here to make money.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's not ideal. Like it would be awesome if everyone could find a job where they can be uninhibited and everything at their job too. That would be awesome. But yeah, that's hard. I mean, that's just like rare. It seems like.
Yeah, so I was thinking about doing something like I don't know. I think it would be fun to like become like a minister or something. Then I can just talk about stuff and people will listen.
Oh yeah, I know.
That reminds me.
Minister of Logic.
Yeah,
did you guys hear about the minister?
Logic is God.
Did you guys hear about the minister that's like saying that God told him he should own a private jet, and now his congregation is helping him buy a jet?
A lot of TV evangelists say that, Jesus just wanted you to give me my money,
$85 million private jet.
Did you guys see the fart minister or the farting minister?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
That's hilarious.
Anyway, let's move on. So I'll get over it.
Too silly.
Yeah. Okay, can humans really be good? Can we be good? Is it possible?
I think so.
Okay, let me
define good.
Okay, good as in can we function happily among one another? Happy. And then what's happy? Happy is contently among each other. Can we function?
I don't know. For me, happiness includes the positive and the negative things. As long as there's a decent balance to where the individual is satisfied with their life.
Well, as a species, human beings are adapted towards living in social groups, so we obviously get some kind of pleasure from even being around each other, even in silence. I mean, if you compare humans to even like, I don't know, some random animal, let's say spiders, you put two spiders in a box together, they'll start, eating each other. But compare that, you can cram like a whole classroom of humans together, and they'll, be more or less happy. And if you leave them alone, they'll probably start talking and interacting with each other. I mean,
yeah.
So yeah, I think you I think the question was, can human beings be good to one another? Yeah, I think it's more or less instinctual. I don't think. I mean, you have to kind of teach people to be bad, you have to, I mean, maybe a person would attack, maybe in rage, but you have to kind of teach people how to, pick up a stone and sharpen it into, say, like a chisel or something to, with the intention of hacking a person to death, You have to think about, I think, some of these things.
It doesn't come naturally necessarily. No. Well, I don't know though. If you get caught up in your emotions, I feel like that's a very naturally human thing. I mean, if you get caught up in your anger or whatever, you're gonna find a way to hurt someone. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like there are some people I'd like to kill, to be like really bad people. I know.
But whether you would kill them or not.
Yeah, would you, or is it just
Oh, I mean, like
it's hard to do though.
I like being in jail. Yeah, it's hard to do. So.
But you would if there were no consequences, like nobody ever found out. Would you really do it?
Because some people have wronged me to a degree where I know they're continuing to wrong others, and I would prefer they not exist anymore. Yeah.
See, I don't know. I don't feel that
injustice. No, I mean, but I wouldn't actually do it, especially not now. But I mean,
but you're saying it's.
I do it like it would be like poison or something. I don't know, like non-painfully. But like what I'm saying is like there are people who are really bad that hurt people who are psychopaths and they need not be around, kind of a thing. I think a lot of people think about that.
I think psychopaths have their own uses to society. Maybe not as I think it's productive to study people like that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the army are psychopaths, so.
yeah, I mean, like, I say that, but, I mean, in the actual situation, I probably wouldn't have the guts to do it. You know what I mean? That's just me.
I just can't see myself actually doing it. I mean, I have those thoughts, I mean, about every once in a while, but it's never, I don't know. I don't know if I could actually do it.
Yeah, because, like, if I step on an ant, even then I'm like, oh, I killed something.
Because like, was it Muon Ray that said, like people, I don't think people naturally will. I don't know. There's something like people. It's not a natural thing. People have to be under a lot of stress to be violent. I don't think it's necessarily a natural human thing to be violent. It's a result of a stressful environment. It's not. I don't think it's something that's innate. Like. Even psychopaths, like even serial killers, those people, they most all of the time they have horrible childhoods. So it's like, I mean, it's a result
of them. They don't even look at what they do. A lot of them also have a very distorted view of what they're actually doing.
Yeah, definitely.
I think I was talking about rapists and serial rapists, and a lot of them don't look at what they're doing as rape, or they don't look at it as wrong, because a lot of them are going through re-victimization process. So they have a very distorted view of the action they're committing.
Yeah, right. Totally.
Some of them also forget what they're doing. I mean, probably one of the I don't know. I mean, if you ever listen to any of the interviews of Charles Manson, they're all over the internet. Incidentally, I mean, if you look up Charles Manson videos, but actually there's one interview. Yeah, but there's one interview that's quite striking, and he actually says, "I can't remember anything that I did. I've trouble remembering breakfast, and things like that." He said he'd be useless without people around him to help him out. I mean, that actually tells you a lot about how he was able to commit those murders. I mean, he was mainly just he was a motivated individual. He was a psychopath. I mean, that's what psychopaths are. They're highly motivated individuals. They can be good or bad. You can actually have good psychopaths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like I watched a documentary about one that I think is Iceman. I think that was his like name or whatever, and he was like a serial killer. They killed a bunch of people, but like I think he worked for the mob at one point. But anyway, in the documentary, like when he talks about his family, like he's really loving towards his family, and he wants to protect them, and like he does actually feel some kind of empathy for his family, but for no one else. Like like no one else does he feel any empathy for at all. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird because it's like if he maybe that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe it's just that sense of community. Like he doesn't feel like if he lived in some like really closely knit tribe, like if he grew up in that tribe, maybe he'd feel empathy like for all of them, and he wouldn't. Maybe it's just maybe psychopaths are a result of the culture and the fact that we're so separated and we're so alienated in we don't have the close communities that we used to. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, people are very atomized in this culture. I mean, if you just go around any city, everyone is atomized even on a personal level. I mean, everyone is kind of stuck looking at their phones all the time. People don't interact with each other, face to face, and psychologically, I mean, that's actually very damaging because most only
I agree,
only,
guys.
Only 30%.
I really like that.
Yeah, you guys are talking about like psychopaths and stuff and like really extreme cases, but it's if you notice, many people are just bad because they behave in bad ways because it puts them in a position of power. Like I remember someone being like really nasty towards me, like really vicious, and just because it put him like in a better position socially, and others that were around also wouldn't like criticize him just because they were afraid of being in a vulnerable position, and people really behave in a bad way just because they want to be like social and stuff, and it's just
that's true. A lot of people are motivated to be like the top of the food chain, so to speak. So they kind of bully others around so they can feel superior to them, because there's an innate drive in all of us to be like socially dominant, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's exactly true that you have to teach people to be bad and stuff. Like people behave in like really horrible behaviors just because it's good for them, and
Yeah, like
pretty simple.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, if it benefits you, you're going to be bad, probably. Kind of sad.
But they don't know that they're bad. I mean, a person, that could be trying to be dominant, in a kind of a group situation, may not actually realize that they're being bad. I mean, it's kind of deep ingrained in human beings that human beings are primates, so primates are naturally going to have hierarchies. I mean, if you ever look at baboons, I mean, what baboons do to each other is absolutely makes what any humans do look pretty mild. I mean, they beat each other, they rip each other's faces off, and that's all to be to have one dominant baboon. And humans are not that much different.
Yeah, that's why wars exist, and they'll likely never stop. Because there's always a reason to fight, whether it's resources, social status, whatever.
Sometimes it's just social status. Sometimes it's not even about resources. I mean, a lot of this is based on, we don't assume that baboons know that they're, over-exploiting their environment, so they have to, regulate other baboons. They just do it because of social status. And it's the same with people.
Yeah, and don't you think that's sad because it's such an arbitrary thing considering the fact that we're all going to die, right?
Yeah, bringing it back to death.
I mean, really, it's like, okay, you have social status. Great.
Yeah, who cares?
Enjoy that for the next 40 years.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess people look at it that way. Even if it's temporary pleasure, it's like, oh, okay. The next 40 years are pretty good because I have social status. I don't know.
But again, it's the purpose of life. I mean, again, the dominant alpha male or alpha female or whatever will most likely go on to sire the most children, and they'll have the healthiest children, you know. So again, this is the kind of thing that's deep ingrained, you know, in everything. You can't escape it.
Yeah.
But the privilege that human beings have. I mean, a baboon can't escape from, you know, its social status. But with humans, at least we can say, okay, we've analyzed the problem, and we can maybe create these things called rights, you know, which you know don't really exist, but we make them up anyway. But you know, baboons, I'm sure, don't talk about, you know, women's rights, female baboon rights, children baboon rights.
A lot of, I think, like, when it comes down to rights, we have to look at what interests do members of our group generally share.
Wait, what?
Anyway, what's up, guys?
Oh, never mind.
You guys
I was saying, like,
go ahead.
When it comes to rights, we have to look at what interests do the members of our group generally share. Like, everyone wants to be heard. Everyone wants to have autonomy.
Yeah.
And having the right not to be harmed on a whim. I think that's kind of self-serving, and you only see the living talking about killing is wrong.
Yeah.
Because we're still alive, and it's in our best interest to stay that way.
Well, I think it's again the only way this can come about is through, again, intelligence. You know, I mean, animals don't have a concept of animals have a concept of altruism. Some animals do, like elephants, probably chimps, gorillas, and so on. Yeah. But they've no concept of, say, democracy. I mean, as far as we can tell, humans, and even at that, it's only recently that human beings have a concept of democracy, you know? So that's really the only thing I think that's going to create rights or common interests, let's say. Democracy.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there was a quote from Socrates. The tyrant is actually the least free.
Yeah,
because he believes he has to do the most good for the society that he's running over.
Yeah, but the tyrant is also the most afraid, because he's afraid who's going to bump him off next and be the next tyrant, you know?
Yep.
I mean, look at Colonel Gaddafi, the way he went down.
Yeah.
I mean, he was probably the most frightened man in the world, you know, hiding in that sewer pipe or wherever where they found him. And, you know, he probably would have wanted to be anyone else in the world at that moment, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't envy the tyrant. I wouldn't want all that responsibility. People want
guys,
to you.
It kind of seems to be we're in this interesting situation where we have some like sort of fantasies and illusions to protect us, like rights and things like that. And you know, these things aren't like actually real, but we kind of like construct these systems and sort of pseudo believe and organize ourselves around these conceptions. And it seems like we're going to play this limbo game forever, where we're sort of dealing with that situation.
Well, almost anything that human beings create, or let's say construct. I mean, what we create is real, but what we construct is not real. I mean, even things like language, concept of language, concept of time, concept of democracy, government, but even concepts. Sorry.
There's some feedback.
Let's see. Who's that coming from? Hello?
Nobody wants to admit it.
All right. No, but everything that people create seems to be artificial rights too.
Ooh, I think it's logic. I think it's logic rolls the dice, I think. Okay, continue.
Yeah, but everything that's created, like mathematics as well, is in some sense real, but the way, it's written in equations, it's not, I mean, that's not how the universe works. I mean, sometimes you get people saying, that the universe is mathematical, but mathematics is something created by humans to kind of interpret or predict outcomes in reality. But it's the same with rights. I mean, rights are something that we've all come together and written down, but in a sense they don't exist. We have to construct them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, that's cool, but I mean, like, what happens when enough people get intelligent? Maybe what it is when enough people get intelligent, we won't, or become intelligent, we won't need sort of systems like that. But for now, we have to sort of fool a group of people who don't have the intelligence to know that, oh, hurting people's bad, oh, taking all the stuff from other people is unproductive, things like that.
It's also time as well.
Yeah.
People, individuals, I mean, it would take forever to get everyone and sit down and, have everyone's, 2 cents about what everyone should have a right for, what everyone shouldn't have a right for. And at the end of the day, the rights don't exist. So we don't, we're devoting all this effort towards something that we know is artificial anyway. So all we can do is make a best approximation. But also we need time. I mean, if you look at the history of rights, I mean, it's something that's grown more and more. I mean, for a long time, the only people who had rights were white men with property. Then it eventually spread towards women, black people, and now it's moving more towards animal rights. I mean, who knows? It'll only continue to grow as time goes on. But
well, and I guess what I'm saying is, like, how do we best serve this process? Because I'm just gonna say it, like, I don't want to waste my life pursuing an illusion. I don't want to waste my life pursuing the modification or the improvement of a system that doesn't actually exist.
And I think I think that's where acquiring knowledge and cultivating your talents comes in. Yeah. Because at some point you have to sit down and you have to self-reflect and you have to figure out, like, is this what I want to do with the life that I have, because it's so short.
Well, that's one thing we do know. We do know that human beings exist and that they're kind of vulnerable organic creatures that need certain things to protect them and have to have certain inalienable rights, right to food, water, shelter, and so on, and also right to, exist and not be threatened all the time. I mean, those are some things that we know are true, but it's at the end of the day, it's all based on whether we sit down and a lot of it's putting yourself in other people's shoes as well. I mean, rather than sit down and teach everyone about what rights they have, what rights they don't have, you should really, teach, I guess, the golden rule, do as you would be done by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good way to put it.
That should be the only right that we say is universal. I mean, it's called the golden rule. It's not particularly sophisticated.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, fair enough. Let's move on.
I gotta go because I gotta go to work soon.
Okay, later, David.
See you, David.
By the way, what's the subject? I mean, I think it's over now.
So we're changing the subject, so now everybody will be on the same page. Okay. So I think that workers deserve the fruits of their labor. What do you guys think?
What do you mean by?
I think that if you work, like, it doesn't matter what you're doing, you should be able to take part in the product that you've helped to produce. You should get some of it. You should get a piece of the pie, and you can trade and things like that. What do you guys think about that?
Well, it would depend on whether or not you actually have an interest in the skill that you pursue.
Yeah.
Because some people are in professions that they have no interest in, or their profession isn't useful to them in any way.
Yeah.
Well, in the 1800s, a popular kind of slogan was those who run the mills should own them. So people should, people, if you work, say, let's say, in a factory, I mean, you should, in a sense, own a piece of the factory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's not too far-fetched.
No, it's not.
Who else would have the best interest of the mill at hand, other than the person who helps run it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in such a view, there would be no people running it, and everyone would be running it. I mean, a very good documentary. Again, he's kind of a controversial figure. Michael Moore. He did a documentary, Capitalism: A Love Story, and it actually has some good scenes where it shows people even working in a bread factory, and each of them, and there is no boss. I mean, there is a boss, but the boss earns the same amount of money as the people, putting the bread into the plastic wrappings, and every one of them owns a piece of the factory. I mean, the factory floor itself. So, they all go to lunch together. They don't have different parking spaces and so on. But small little things like that eventually will see people become interested in their work genuinely. I mean.
Yeah, and I would be really motivated by that. That really fits my personality. But it looks like all the land in America is owned by somebody, and I can have this dream to set up this, commune factory worker paradise thing. But I mean, there's really no way that you can actually do it, in America anyway.
Well, it's not a new idea. It's been around for a long time. I mean, a lot of the kind of, again, it was done under the name of socialism, but some people in Spain, I think I have to look it up. Yeah, I think it's in southern Spain. There are worker-owned cooperatives where people are working together, and they don't have banks. They use credit unions instead, and so
That's
people.
a good idea.
Yeah, I mean the whole culture in the West of these gigantic, ziggurats where people keep their money, is completely insane.
Yeah, I hate it. I can't stand it.
I mean, they're too big to fail, but they're also too big to jail, and their, absolute power corrupts absolutely, I mean, the amount of...
In a way, it's like, I think we were talking about it last time, if that sometimes a lot of money does get locked into that system.
Yeah, like systems of inheritance and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that's correct. But I mean, if you look at the banks particularly in the United States, Goldman Sachs, Chase Manhattan Bank, and so on, Citibank, but the amount of power that Goldman Sachs wields is unparalleled. I mean, they're able to fix the price of wheat, and the price of bread is controlled by Goldman Sachs.
Look at all the shitty practices they have.
And that's affecting literally billions of people all across the earth. I mean, if you ever see famines or anything like that in Africa, I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar that Goldman Sachs is fixing the price of wheat to get the most amount of money on the shares it owns in wheat and grain and so on. And people do this.
Yeah. What do we should we concern ourselves with stopping it, or what do you guys think? Do you think it'll work itself out, or?
No, I don't think so. Only I mean, I think David Weston talked about going through cycles of risks and crashes. Well, and someone mentioned then about the scientific process going through periods of risk and then crash. But if you look at the economy, I mean, that constantly goes through taking risk, and crashing incredibly. And there's one area that also goes through periods of taking risk and crashes, and that's civilization itself. I mean, if you look at the way things are going, people are I'd say once oil runs out, a lot of the current Western way of life will be over. I mean, these massive cities, these huge suburbs, they're going to be completely desolate. People are going to have to move away from them and move into little communes and so on. But
we're gonna
that sounds
either
really
that,
good.
or we're gonna have to find new energy sources that are just as plentiful.
Yeah, and but the question was whether or not these systems can be stopped or whether it will iron out itself. I think they won't iron out themselves. They will have to be stopped because they'll retreat themselves into kind of gated communities and acquire their own kind of resources, protect their own resources, but they won't care about anyone else.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the way it is already, isn't it? I mean, if you really think about it.
Yeah, but it could be so much worse. I mean,
true.
I mean, there's kind of a roadblock to new energy technology coming out.
Yeah, a huge roadblock. I mean,
you're gonna have to. Something's gonna have to happen where they're gonna have to.
They're gonna have to.
Fuck the oil
There'll have to be either a major development or a major catastrophe to change it. I mean, the big thing right now is this Keystone XL pipeline, which is going from Canada, from the Canadian tar sands to Texas, I think, to the Gulf. And I mean, people have short memories. They forget when BP, the British Petroleum Oil Company, was.
Somebody sleeping.
All right.
Let's see. Who is it?
I think it's Slack.
Somebody passed out.
I think it's Slack. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, if somebody wants to contribute, or if you want to change the subject, fine.
Yeah, we can move on. Like, anybody want to say anything?
I think people are forgetting the BP oil spill that happened not too long ago.
Yeah, people are forgetting it, and it's going to come back. You're going to see that definitely a big failure of that Keystone XL pipeline because it's the worst oil possible. It's awful, and it's going to create huge pollution. And it's asked, is this thing going to iron itself out, or will there have to be a catastrophe to stop it? I mean, it looks like I'd say there'll have to be a big catastrophe before you see alternative energy really take top priority. Could be solar power, but big trend at the moment is actually what you call them?
Can't figure out who's snoring.
Me.
Yeah, I think last week Toyota actually unveiled a hydrogen fuel cell powered car, and I don't know if that catches on.
There it goes.
Oh, it's SlackJaw. He passed out. Okay. Okay, away she goes. Okay, so do you guys want to move on?
Sure.
So that's all interesting. It doesn't seem like, as far as I can tell, in my lifetime, it doesn't seem like I'm going to have the type of community or anything like that I would like, that I would prefer.
That's why we need to buy that island, Andrew. We need to make our own community.
I know we do. I know. It's hard. I'm working on it. So here we go. So can we justify immorality / manipulation / exploitation for money in our world?
To a certain degree.
Okay.
I don't think those things are inherently wrong as far as action goes, but I do think they can become that way based on the severity and who's affected and how people are affected.
Okay. Does anybody else want to chime in on that?
What was the question again? Sorry.
So, can we justify manipulation and exploitation for money in our world? To survive, should we? Because it seems like to get money at all, there's always a degree of manipulation and exploitation. because it's humans getting from humans, right? So can we justify that for money to survive?
I think logically, you don't need to justify it, you know? Like if you can profit off of something, like if you have something to offer and that you can profit off of, um, you don't necessarily have to manipulate and exploit other people, you know? I don't
I
know if
mean, I think exploiting would be the side of offering people something based on what they feel it can do for them rather than what it actually does for them. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, selling pleasure is a very useful thing, but it's also exploitive.
Right.
I mean, just look at the porn industry. There's no like actual productive use of porn other than pleasure. It's exploitive in a way, but I don't see anything wrong with it.
yeah, but there are some instances, I guess, where you can convince people that a certain product that you make is necessary, or that product does a certain thing, but it actually doesn't, you know, and it doesn't do what you claim it does or something.
False
Right.
advertising. False advertising.
Yeah, that's a concern. Yeah.
That's where I think. Well, that's where I think the exploitation bit becomes excessive or wrong in this case. When you're marketing your product as doing something that it doesn't actually do. So not only are you not telling the truth, well, you're not providing the information about your product that you should be providing, in my opinion.
Well, there's two different kind of aspects to it. Then there's exploitation of workers and exploitation of consumers, and but the two aren't completely separate because employers have to be consumers. I mean, if you work, you obviously have to buy things, you know, to support yourself. But no, any form of exploitation is, in that sense, is a negative feedback loop. I mean, if you're exploiting your workers, your workers then can't consume as much as you'd like, you know, to buy products. I mean, it depends. I mean, if you take workers in China, you know, these men and women that are, you know, stuck at a desk, you know, and often they have to, you know, sleep at their desk because they're so tired. Those people they're earning so little that they can't consume, they can't buy. You know, they may be working on stereo boomboxes, but they can't actually buy the stereo boombox itself.
I think that,
so.
Yeah, right. That's an issue. Yeah.
That's when you actually have to look at how much you exploit someone and whether it becomes to the point where it's no longer productive for you to even exploit said person.
That's right. I mean, in the short term, it may seem beneficial to, you know, exploit workers, but in the long term, it comes back to bite you.
It destroys the economy of the worker, therefore they can't consume. I mean, look at places like Thailand, where they have multiple beach resorts and stuff like that, but the people who actually live there can't afford to spend money at these resorts, and therefore the whole entire everything but these resorts suffers.
Yeah, and if those resorts become destroyed by, say, a natural disaster or an invasion, who's going to defend them? The local population? No. Because...
And on top of that, Thailand is going through a civil war right now as well.
It's going through a what? Sorry. What's Thailand going through?
It's going through a civil war.
A civil war, yeah.
A civil war.
Yeah,
You guys are totally right. Like, you remember how we talked about culture and stuff like that earlier? How, if it's bad, it's just going to destroy itself in the long run. Like this, I think this is great. Like this gives a lot of positivity to the way things are. Like, if things are done bad, it's going to kill itself. It's unsustainable, right?
Yeah.
If the worker can't buy stuff, if the worker's not getting money, it can't buy stuff. So it doesn't matter if it makes stuff. And
Yeah.
And I think the way that we're getting around it now is by making stuff elsewhere.
Well,
they're working
that's
it,
the thing. I mean,
we buy it.
That does come back to haunt the country that does. You're talking about outsourcing of jobs.
Yeah.
So if America, say Walmart, say outsource its workforce to China, where they're being exploited, then what's the American worker supposed to do? I mean, they're out of a job. They've been replaced. And therefore, if they don't have a job, they can't buy Walmart's products. So the system in itself destroys itself if Walmart can't sell its product because it's depending on cheap labor in China. And if it's American consumers don't have a job, they can't buy Walmart's products. So in a sense, Walmart destroys itself.
Look at what happened in the car industry with the outsourcing of manufacturing jobs.
General Motors, had to be bailed out by the government. Now it's government motors, and it's not viable. I mean, it's not even able to produce auto vehicles anymore. I mean, it's a joke, and it's one thing after another. But but if say like General Motors paid attention to what's needed in America rather than what they think people need, a big giant family sedan. What's needed in America is high-speed railways.
Yep.
And General Motors probably has the technology to make rail cars for high-speed rail, which is what is needed in America, and
Japan has one, and I've been wondering why we don't have one in the U.S. that's commercially available.
Yeah, well, high-speed rail, I mean, it is interesting, but Obama bailed out General Motors for $300 billion, and but they're not able to produce anything, so they have to actually go to Spain to get high-speed rail cars, to create high-speed railway lines, because that's probably going to be the next big project probably in America to replace some of these crippling railway lines.
That would help with just the cost of travel in general. People would tour things more because airplanes are fucking expensive. Like, I was trying to get a flight down to Kansas City, Missouri. If I went by train, it would have been like $70 both ways. But with a plane, it was like $400. I'm like, holy shit, that's a big difference. And a high-speed rail system, I mean, I'd pay more money to get someplace faster if it didn't cost an arm and a leg to get there.
Yeah. But again, this is it's what people want. It's what people need. But
and
again,
high-speed rails are actually more cost-efficient than regular rails.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Japan is an interesting case, how they have this heavily controlled culture. I think the only way it maintains itself is with this constant shaming and guilt thing that they do to keep people in order. And I think without that, it wouldn't last.
It's like based on conformity.
Yeah, if they were like us, they'd be fucked, I think.
No, well, Japan. I mean, I don't know if you're following the kind of economics of Japan, but Japan is failing pretty badly right now.
Well, because they thought it to be a good idea to follow us in our footsteps, which is bad.
Well, it's that too, but it's also, I mean, the Japanese currency, it's very vulnerable to inflation, but also what they've been doing for the past few years is this thing called quantitative easing, which is basically printing money and and investing it in the Japanese stock exchange. But the Japanese yen is plummeting down into the pits of hell. It is more valueless. Its value is decreasing, and there was a bubble in Japan, and now there is a recession. and it's getting very bad.
It was booming about like 5 or 6 years ago.
Guys, I lost $1,000 because I had a bunch of Japanese yen, and I had it right before they started the quantitative easing, so I lost $1,000 overnight.
Well, they're doing the same in Europe. I mean, the US dollar here in Europe, the euro is at 12-year lows, and you know they're doing more. They're doing another round probably of this quantitative easing this year. I mean,
actually, Riot Games just went up on their prices for the euro by like 12 to 15%.
And the British pound and the US dollar. The US dollar actually isn't doing that bad. It's at 12-year highs. It's the highest it's been since in 12 years. But you see all these weird things going on with the price of oil. You know, it's very hard to predict the economy. Whether or not there's going to be another crash in the next 4 or 5 years. I mean, a big crash that could happen is in the electronics industry. I mean, this business of transistor size and so on, Moore's law may actually break down in the next 5 to 7 years. And if that happens to be a major recession, an electronic recession.
Yeah, and can I comment on their culture? You know, because Japanese are so easily manipulated with the shame and the guilt, they have these leaders that are only looking out for their own self-interest, but in the illusion of culture, everybody's getting screwed over and is just playing along.
Well, look at there's a couple of things like going on with Japan right now. Like, look at the birth rates. The birth rate is starting to become smaller than the death rate. So what's happening is a lot of companies in Japan are actually outsourcing jobs. And because of that, they now actually have like laws in Japan where it's harder for people who move there, foreigners, to get items. Like, say you want an iPhone, the people who are Japanese are going to get theirs before you get yours.
Well, Japan has a very, I don't know. I mean, it has a very kind of a xenophobic culture. I mean, the culture of Japan is not very welcoming towards people. I mean, it's okay if you're going there on holiday on a vacation.
I mean, they don't hate foreigners.
No,
but
they don't. It's not racism.
It's passively.
They don't feel like there's really a relevancy to outside culture.
But if you're working in Japan, your employers will expect you to only have 5 days of vacation time a year, and foreign workers can't keep up with that, and they just won't hire them.
Well, yeah, that, and of course, I worked for a school in Japan, and I had to argue for every penny they gave me. They would rip me off every single month. So they have no problem exploiting white people.
Oh no, and a lot of the people working there, underclass workers, they're from South Korea, they're from Vietnam, and so on. But and there is a lack of unionization of foreign workers.
I have a friend who was living in India, and he just recently moved to Japan from India, and he works pretty much all the time now. I barely even talk to this person.
Yeah, it's like they can work up to 16 hours a day sometimes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's slavery, by the way. You know.
It's illegal in the West, but again, Japan is it copies the West in some areas, but doesn't copy it in other areas. I mean, but it's also Japan is deeply ingrained in the American business culture, particularly in the electronics and appliance industry. I mean, a lot of the machines made by like Hitachi and so on, they're made in Japan, but they're not used in Japan. They're used in the U.S. and Silicon Valley and so on, Texas and so on, to make electronic chips mostly. But without America, Japan would falter incredibly, because again, Japan is very isolated. in the part of the world. It doesn't get along with South Korea. It doesn't get along with China. It's very much dependent on the U.S.
They have a bad history.
Yeah, they're historically a bunch of jerks. So, but so we have our own problems too. So.
Oh, there's problems everywhere. I mean,
Yeah.
but well, I mean, actually, the one area that they are more connected with is Australia, Japan.
Yeah, totally.
After the World War II thing, I think Japan tried to copy a lot of the U.S.'s capitalistic aspects while while still maintaining the traditional society, and that doesn't work very well.
Well, well, that's true. I mean, they adopted capitalism, but they kept their culture. I mean, the opposite. I mean, if you look what happened to China, China is still under the guise, the mask of a communist state, but it's adopted capitalism outright, and its indigenous culture has been more or less replaced with a kind of a romanticized view of the West. I mean, they have cities in China with kind of fake versions of the Eiffel Tower and fake Washington or not Washington Washington monuments, that the one in Washington DC, but they've kind of copied everything that the West has done. Even their buildings, they're not actually designed by indigenous architects. A lot of the time they hire Americans to make their apartment blocks,
Just look at Chinese media and how a lot of it copies like American and Japanese media.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and their media is really fucked up, by the way, guys. If you've ever seen Japanese television, it's the most bullshit stuff I've ever seen in my entire life.
Japan has really,
It's like, oh, good morning. I'm going to tell you the weather. Yay! It's like, oh my god, how many
Hello Kitty shit in it.
serious drugs right now? Woo.
Like kittens on the screen and everything.
There's a couple shows in Japan that would make the average American watching them cringe.
Yeah. Oh, and it's pretty ridiculous, the stuff they do.
I've never watched much of their television, but I mean I've heard things, like showing videotapes of women going to the toilet and so on. I mean, some of it's just insane, But again, the West hasn't got much to write home about either. I mean, it's if you ever what's the latest show on TV now? Duck Dynasty or something,
Why is that even a thing?
Yeah, I think he's some type of conservative hermit or something that has a beard and drives motorcycles or something. I don't know, but. I think.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think he was at the actual. I only know about this guy because he was actually at a Republican Congress meeting or something. He was giving a rally to a bunch of Republicans, I think, in the U.S. And it's just funny to look at it because this isn't even a real guy. It's just some character that he plays on TV. But
I think Bill Burr said it best about the guys on Duck Dynasty. He grew up in a time when racism and homophobia were widely accepted, and he's like, I'm a good boy. And then when he gets up and actually says this shit, nobody wants anything to do with him, and then he's still like, I thought I was a good boy. And it's like, he's a byproduct of the American society that he lived in at the time.
Yeah, I'm suspicious that these people are actually real. I think they're just actors that play these people on TV. It's like Honey Boo Boo or any of these.
It's probably a con. It's probably all made up.
Yeah, it can be real,
The Duck Dynasty, they actually, the people, their lives and stuff, that's real. But I do believe that there's a certain element of acting to the way that they behave.
Yeah, even if they probably are real people, but again, a lot of it's improv at best. So some of it, you know, even people that are, you know, even normal people that are on a videotape will, you know, do a little gimmick or something, you know, to make it kind of worthwhile, you know. I mean, but I don't know. There's other people like that are
that's
far
reality
crazier
TV for you.
Yeah.
Than him.
Well, guys, I actually have a question for Carpo if he wants to.
Can you hear my microphone first?
Oh,
Can
yeah,
you
we
hear
hear
me?
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
We hear you.
I had to switch computers. My other one's messed up, and I've got an ice pack under this one so it doesn't freeze up on me. So
The picture's trippy.
old stuff.
Sorry, man. I hope it gets better.
It is always better, man. It only gets better if I want to spend the money to make it better.
Right. So Carpo. So I think this is a question best asked to you. What is love anyway?
Oh,
what is
God.
that?
Really? Are you serious? You're going to ask me that shit?
What is that? Like, because look.
Butterflies in your stomach.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Well, there's different kinds of love coming from a parent's point of view. You know, there's the love that you think you have when you're young. When you meet someone or you fall in love with someone, you think you're in love, but really it's lust, because when you lose that person, you realize it wasn't love. Then you get older and you start to when you actually meet someone that you don't want to lose, like with my wife, you know, I love my wife, but once I had my kids, that's a different type of love altogether, and it's unexplainable and it's unconditional. It's like no matter what they do to piss me off, they can smack me in the face and kick my ass, and the minute they smile, I just, and that might come from, you know, just the genetic predisposition of a human to want to take care of their young, of course, but it doesn't explain what love is, but can you?
I think I have to comment on that as a person with BPD. For me, like, the whole entire unconditional thing, love, kind of applies to everybody that I see as like a good person or useful to me in a way.
I could see that. I used to feel that way too, but I realized that there are conditions, and I will only tolerate so much from somebody that I know as a friend, and if somebody wrongs me in some way, I will forgive them, of course. But and I guess, yeah, in a sense, I agree. I have friends that have just totally screwed me over, and we're still good friends. I won't associate with them, but I think there are so many different degrees to that thing we call love. It's hard to pin it down, and it's impossible to talk about.
Okay. So, Carpo, you did this video on the micro and macro where you're talking about, you know, you had these lenses and you were looking at things really up close and all of that. I thought that was to me, that was the best video you ever made. Like, the stuff you said at the end was really inspiring. Can you remember what you said there?
Well, I thought that the micro and no, I don't remember. No, I never remember. I never even look at my videos. I just upload them. I don't. What did I say?
I'm trying to remember it. I'm gonna mirror it later to show people what you said. It was pretty awesome.
All that shit just pops into my head, you know. And even if I watch a video I made like an hour later, because sometimes I'll go back through to see what I said that pissed somebody off, or somebody questioned about something, and I'll be like, I don't even remember saying that shit at all. It's weird. It's difficult to explain. It's almost like when I'm writing, it's almost like auto writing. I don't know if you write at all, but you go back and you read it, and you're like, oh, who wrote this? I'm like, oh, I did.
Yeah.
Weird.
Awesome.
It's weird.
And
But,
in Carpo, you have like a type of balance to you. Where does that balance come from? Like, I'm constantly battling with my logical side and my sensual side.
So am I.
Yeah.
It just doesn't show as much when I'm online, and I think that that's the problem we have with associating online, is that we get this image of people that they're whole and complete, or that they're more balanced, which I consider myself a balanced person, but when it comes down to, you know, every day waking up in the morning going, oh shit, what am I going to do now? Okay, I've got to do these bills and this thing, and trying to decide between, you know, delving into some spiritual matters or just being completely rational. I mean, I fight with this constantly all the time, but I don't make it a big deal. It's not like I'm trying to pick a side. So in a sense, I just kind of let it flow through me, and whatever comes, because I've given up on trying to prove anything's right or wrong, to prove that people are right or wrong, and there are big issues that need to be dealt with in the world. So I think that speaking out on them are important, but for the most part, a lot of it is just fodder. It's just distraction, you know. And I think those distractions are what cost us our well-being and sanity, is when we're trying to resist the current, whatever current it may be.
Right, and something we were talking about earlier is how if like culture is set up bad, like if culture promotes selfish behavior, it's going to destroy itself inevitably. So you think that speaking out about this stuff is important, and do you really think that speaking out about it is going to change it, or should we just sort of let these things work themselves out?
Both. I think that speaking out on the issues is important, because obviously, like, let's say nobody ever brought up any of these cases of like racial profiling. Let's say, well, then people would be much more likely to do it because they're not called out on it. Let's say people didn't speak up on politicians when they got screwed over, or make demands of our government, then they just wouldn't fulfill those demands. So we have to at least put it out there. As to whether or not we can change it, that's a whole different story. Because, and this is why I get so frustrated with people who sit there and say Illuminati this and Illuminati that. It's like, shut your mouth.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not going to get anything accomplished by saying Illuminati. Okay, I've studied this shit for 20 years, and the more I learned about it, the more I realized there ain't nothing you can do about it. There are people who run the world, but really all they run is the money. And eventually this system will collapse. And so I have a good outlook that maybe humans can pull their heads out of their asses. But at the same time, if you follow history, you'll see that we're going to fall on the wayside, just like Rome, just like every culture has when they start to get to the age of decadence, I guess. So I think it's important to speak out, but we have to have realistic expectations of what we want to accomplish, and not think that the world's just going to change because we want it to, because that's not how it works.
Well, how do we be realistic, you think?
Pick a battle. Pick your battles, Don't go out screaming about chemtrails and Illuminati and bankers and all this stuff. Pick something that moves you, not something that you see everybody else moved by. And I think a lot of people are falling into that. What other people find a concern. For me, I have to go back to the old think globally, act locally, because that's really all you can do. You can have your community, you can know your neighbors, and I'll tell you, most people who are complaining about the rest of the world, they don't even, they don't know their neighbors, they don't know their family or their own kids or wife, and it's frustrating because we're all trying to find answers to questions that may never come. And I think that much of it comes down to human nature and asking yourself, what do humans really do? There's no such thing as a utopia. There's no perfect world, because there's always going to be somebody who wants something better or different.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's an important thing that people really have to get through to themselves, and it's a realization that a lot of people are very uncomfortable with.
Yeah.
I think one of my character flaws is I feel very comfortable being directed. I'd rather know what I should do and just do it than to think too much about how to go about it or to order myself. I'd rather be ordered by a principle. That's why I like logic, because I use logic and then, this is what logic says, so I do this. But it seems like a lot of these things, I want to sort of narrow it down so I can hone myself,
Sure. Well, that makes sense, but I take logic to another extent by saying, hey, if you even if you're logical about a situation, you have to ask yourself, what's the end game? And you can be logical your entire life, but never be fulfilled. And but maybe you will be. It just depends on the person, right? So I think it's really an independent thing to find something that moves you, but not be so because when I get overly analytical, I get that way too. And it's one of the frustrating things is that. For me, I'm an independent person, and I like to do things on my own, but at the same time, when somebody tells me what to do, like you said, when I have direction, like when I did construction, when I worked for a boss and he said, do this, I do it, and I get it done, and that was satisfying to me, But I like to direct myself sometimes, but when I started working for myself as a carpenter, I realized I didn't have the same motivation I did when I was pushed. So if you can't push yourself, which is one of my flaws, my motivation to accomplish, let's say, or make money, which money means absolutely nothing to me. I could care less.
Yeah.
But I have a family to support. It's a completely different story. I don't work for myself, and I don't live my life for myself right now. So, you know, 15 years ago I lived my life for myself. 15 years from now, I'm going to live my life for myself again. But right now, I live my life for my family. So I'm kind of, no matter which approach I want to take to fulfill, you know, I have, this is my job right now as an obligation. So, but it's not like I don't frown upon it. I love it. It's the best job I've ever had. But it's just, we're all in different places is what I'm saying, and that somebody who is a single guy who lives on his own is going to have totally different choices to make than a guy who has kids and a family.
Yeah. For me, like, it's hard for me to trust my emotions due to my emotion complex, and having something that's pretty much set out that doesn't involve me, that doesn't involve so much of what I think about a particular instance, I think is something that I quite like. For instance, instruction manuals. I like to read them sometimes, just for the hell of it. And I think it's a comforting thing to know exactly where something is going to go and what's going to happen to it.
And you could just say Bible.
I think
Bible.
I think people do the same thing when it comes down to their religion as well. Mm-hmm. Because it is comforting having a stable source of what you should do and where you should get everything from. But at the same time, you have to come to the realization that there is no one thing that's always correct in every situation. There's always something that you could have done better. And only by being able to think for yourself and acquiring knowledge of the consequences of your actions or what certain actions produce will you be able to find out what's the most efficient and the best for you.
Yep.
Yeah, guys, and like Carpo, what you said earlier, I've always had like these similar ideas in my mind, but I feel like they're not real until I can bounce it off someone and they get it, and they say the same things, you know.
In a way, it's kind of validation, but
yeah,
I mean, that's not such a bad thing.
No, it's not. We have to have community. That's one of the most difficult things for people, I think, is to. Some people latch onto community so strongly that they have to be told what's true, and others are so damn independent these days, like such as you might call the movement of the internet, you know, that's made people realize they've been disillusioned for so long, that they've been lied to for so long, and so they begin to suspect everything. And
they red pill too hard.
Yeah, big time. And it becomes, at a point, people start questioning, you know, I read a book called it's up here something, The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot, you know, years and years ago, and it was talking about how everything is holographic in nature, nothing really exists, but it doesn't mean anything. It's a great idea, but here we are, and we're dealing with our issues one by one, and we each have our own way of dealing with that. And like you said, there's no magic pill. And we all want a book. We all want a book that tells us the lessons of life, and those who believe that there is a book, such as the Christians who have attacked me over the years, which is the only reason I even speak about Christians when I do, is because I've been attacked so many times and told I'm a sinner, false prophet, I'm going to hell, you know, you name it, but it's because of their own discomfort, and I know that. And they may not know it, but if you're trying to impress yourself on others too much, then they're not going to listen, and it gets to the point where that's what we're doing with everything. Like, you take my political view, and you take this view, and people are just frustrated. They're just sick of being told what's right.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, what is right? I mean, I've had arguments with people about right and wrong and good and evil, and every single example somebody has of evil, I can come up with good within it. It's a matter of perspective.
Yeah.
You know,
even
the bomb.
I don't really believe in good and evil, so to speak.
No.
Like, I think that the value of an action is weighed on the consequences.
I agree with that. That depends on. Sometimes the consequences aren't even recognized, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just based on like the consequences that are recognized, but it's based on what actually happens as a result.
Sure. Well, the problem is comparing it to what could have happened, because you won't know if it didn't happen.
Yeah. at some point you have to be pragmatic about it.
You do. I agree.
Yeah.
So like you say, there's no magic pill for everything, and that's what people are trying to force down our throats. Everybody is, and as an independent person, you can't go too far out on your own either, because you have to be able to, like you said, bounce ideas back off of people and say, does this make sense? Because when people call me out on some of my ideas in the past, I've gotten really defensive when I was younger. I was a bullheaded ass teenager. I mean, if anybody called me out on anything, I say, you're wrong, I'm right, and there's no way around it. And as I got older, I laugh at myself, but I realize now that when I am right, I just close my mouth. I don't need to prove it. And but I have to still question whether that person has, even like I say, I always even have a 0.1% chance that Christians could be right, and it could be that black and white. Because if I leave out any possibility, then I'm merely cornering myself and saying this isn't true because I don't know, and I just don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know anything. I don't know shit, man. I just live my life, and when people are like, "Hey, man, that makes sense," I say, "It does." That's cool. All right.
That's an uncomfortable thing for me personally to admit, and I see it all the time. And like say I'm talking with my family or friends or something. It's a very uncomfortable thing to say. I don't know.
Well, okay, all right. You may say that, Carpo, but you're in tune with yourself. You're very self-aware, and so that's where your source of wisdom comes from. So you may not know something, but you're highly functional.
I have confidence in my awareness, is I guess what you're saying, like that.
Yeah,
because I know who I am. So even if I make a bad decision, I've been able to, and I've always been propped up, and the more a person's propped up by their friends and family, the more you want to try hard. The more you're put down, the less you want to try. And I've had my ups and downs in life, but I try to come out ahead. There was a point when I was in my early 30s where I just said, look, dude, you're getting stuck with yourself for the rest of your life, okay? No matter what happens, no matter what you depend on or how much money you have, it's not going to matter. You have to mentally prepare yourself for life and death. And I spent years doing that. I'm still doing it, and it's something that's never accomplished. But saying I don't know has become my favorite thing to say, because I really don't. And I don't get cornered that way, because... Yeah. What do I have to really know to tell anyone or prove to anyone? I don't. I just have to know that I am who I am, and if people recognize that, then so be it.
I think my favorite thing out of saying I don't know afterwards is either but I want to find out or tell me more.
Sure, exactly, and you learn more that way. It's like the old Aristotelian argument. I think it's Aristotle who, with the ethos, pathos, and the logos, which are the three parts of somebody who. If they tell you something, you want to believe them, it has to do, either the subject has to be valid, the way they convey it has to be convincing, or they have to have credibility. And all three of those kind of come into conjunction when we're discussing things on the net. Like if somebody's telling you something that sounds really convincing, but they're saying it in a way that's derogatory and hateful, you're probably not going to take much out of it. If they're saying something that may be true, but they're calling you an asshole at the same time, I guess what I'm saying is that it takes that full balance in order to, for me personally, because I have very few people that I really listen to online, I used to get really into some of these lecturers, some of these talkers, and they're such smooth talkers, and I realized that I was buying into that, I was buying into the speech, I was buying into the pathos, the emotion of it, rather than looking at the subjects that were being discussed and asking myself, is this true or not? And so I'm very careful now, and I'm almost distant, and I've distanced myself from anybody. Like, have you heard of this guy? I'm like, yeah, I'm done with him. Even though they're really good guys, they have a lot of good stuff to say. It's just like there's a few parts where they're, I guess to put it bluntly, the reason why I've made my channel just why I don't monetize on my channel and I don't have any specific, information is because I don't want to have to answer to anybody. I don't want anybody expecting anything from me or saying, oh, but you're supposed to do this and you got to prove this is right, because I don't care. I just don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
That's. I care, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like when I'm arguing with people or having a debate with somebody, I think one of the most important things that I do is I always tell people to fact check.
Yeah.
Well, and not just listen to. I think I got into an argument with one of my friends that I had to let go recently, and we were talking about like the women's studies class and the information inside of the textbooks, and I'm like, did you fact? She's like spouting all of these things, and I'm like, did you fact check any of this? Where are your sources? Where's your evidence? You're just sitting here believing. You're sitting here believing statistics that are just horrible, but you haven't actually checked to see if any of it was true. And they're like, well, it's inside of the textbook. It's inside of the college course. And I'm like, do you think that single thing inside of college textbooks is 100% fact? Like, I've had
yeah, good point.
I've had classes where they say, I think it was a world history class, and the professor was talking about atheism like it was a religion, and I just had to, I had to say something about it. I'm like, no, that's not accurate. And then there was a couple things that they said about other religions, like Buddhism, and I'm like, these things aren't accurate. I mean, books try and get as much information as they can, but they aren't 100% infallible.
Of course not. Neither are studies, neither are statistics. That's the problem. Because everything has to be repeated over and over, and even when it is, you have to question whether the person had a vested interest in finding those flaws or finding, it's...
Yeah.
You got to believe something, but you can't believe everything because it's in a book, for sure.
It's like, it's like, sure, you got a statistic, but do you know what it means?
Yeah,
I think a lot of people look at statistics and they don't know what they mean.
That and they leave out and omit very important, crucial information, such as these are the statistics, but it's because of this, and it ends up going down a long chain of events that cause that.
Yeah.
And people love to quote the things that they want to hear. I've had a first-hand experience with so many people who just don't want to know the truth. They just do not care. I've had people come and attack me on a video when I'm questioning, chemtrails or contrails or some random thing, and somebody will say, "You're just an idiot." Whoa, it's windy as fuck here. Sorry for my language. The roof is blowing off. It's they'll say, but here's the science behind it, and they'll just say you're an idiot, and they'll just leave. You'll be like, here's the link, here's the scientific proof, this is the real statistics, and they'll be like, oh, you're an idiot. It's like, okay, you want to believe what you want to believe, and that's fine.
We were I think it was one of my friends. He was talking about why are people always talking about Islam so badly. And why are people always blaming the Muslims when it comes down to terrorist stuff and like that? And I had to link him to the national database for terrorist attacks that they have online, and a couple Wikipedia articles and their sources. And I'm like, if you look just for the last 10 years alone, if you look at all the terror incidents, most of them are Islamic or political related regarding Islam in some shape or fashion. And we're not talking about 50. We're talking about 60 to 70 or higher percent.
Well, this is true, but there's no recourse for dealing with that issue. That's what I always come down to.
And
we have, Islam fundamentalism. There's a lot of Islamic people in this world.
It's sure, we can't say that. We definitely can't say that every person who's Muslim or Islamic holds these ideals. But what we can say is that it is a problem. The religion itself and a lot of the things that it teaches. We can say that based on the information.
But there's still no recourse, and nobody will ever care because everybody's going to still believe it when they want, the people within that culture. So we have to figure out, since we have to educate people, of course, on I've met Muslims that are well aware that their Bible doesn't teach, terrorism, but the fundamentalists and the extremists are always the ones that are shown. It's just like the Christians in this nation. They always show the ones holding the signs saying, you're killing your babies and soldiers die and die faggots, because we always dwell on the extremist side. But if you compare the actual amount of terrorist attacks to how many Muslims there really are, it's like not even a drop in the hat. It's nothing. And so the religion itself, in my personal opinion, is never going to be the issue. It's just going to be general education of people as to and what they're acting out against is oppression. And this is why we have such a hard time with immigration and stuff like that. It's like we want to keep our borders closed, but at the same time, can you blame Mexicans for wanting to come here? I mean, it's if I was there, I'd be here too. It's just how it is. And people go back and forth over what's right and wrong, but here we are. What do we do? Is there anything that we can do to stop terrorism ever? I don't know. Probably not.
Can't stop it from ever existing, but I think it's important that we learn to deal with it in the best way possible.
Well, you can imagine, even if there was no religion, there would be people committing terrorism in the name of people or freedom or something. As long as people are oppressed, they will commit terrorist acts in order to make a point.
Yeah.
And people have always been oppressed. It's just that today we have a lot more weapons. Back in the day, you could pick up some clubs and raid a village, but today you can get a nuke and it's a whole different story.
That's why I think it's important that we don't ignore, the evidence, and rather than trying to defend it. I think a big problem, on the far left, is that rather than they look at the evidence, but they ignore some of it.
Of course.
It's similar to the far right of the political spectrum, and I think that if you want to solve a problem, you can't just look at part of the problem and say this is the problem. You have to look at everything. So it's not just one action that's going to solve things. It's a series of actions.
Well, that's true. This takes us back to kind of what we were talking about earlier, though, in the sense that that everybody's on their own path and everybody has their own desires and wants and hopes and dreams, and so they're going to act accordingly with that. So getting a couple, even two sides of a political party to see things each other's way is nearly impossible because they have different desires in mind and different needs. For example, progress is important to, say, the conservative, if you want to use that term, but conservative values are holding on to what we have, building our nation. But then they give the liberals have this name put across the word liberal like it's some kind of bad word, when the true meaning is just to liberate the people, to have individual freedoms. So it's kind of but what it comes down to is the individuals within these groups themselves, and trying to make everybody happy is impossible, is what I'm saying. So because we don't all work towards the same thing.
And I think that a lot of people don't understand that there isn't one way for someone to be happy, and you can't make everyone happy. No. I think that's something that both sides on the far ends ignore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Man, So thank you, Carpo, for sharing so far. I'm really inspired.
Word.
Yeah. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay. Anyway, so that for the most part was the beginning part of the show. So I think I'm gonna take a 2-minute break to use the bathroom and stuff. You guys can keep talking.
Me too. I actually have to put some polyurethane on my kitchen real quick, so I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Same thing here.
I'll see you guys.
Okay. All right, guys, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some water and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys can stick around if you still want to talk or whatever. But we're gonna take a short break. So.
Hey, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Is it okay that I'm not really talking as much and I'm just listening?
Yeah. Oh yeah, as long as we have room in the room for people if they want to join, that's totally fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a break now, and we will see you guys in a little bit.
Damn it! I was gonna draw something on Andrew. Fuck.
What were you going to draw on him?
I don't know anything. I'm just my head. Did you see the hangout from yesterday?
I saw parts of it. Someone drew a dick on someone's face.
That was me. That was me like 100% of the time.
Yeah, I saw someone drawing like black cocks on everyone. It was funny.
Yeah. Did you see the ending?
No, I didn't, but I remember, like, I just like cut it on to see what was going on, and I saw like a cartoon cock on someone's face.
Well, if you look at the ending, you'll just hear me laugh for like 20 minutes, and then after we went offline, I was still laughing another 20. So it was just like, I think I popped a blood vessel yesterday. My head hurts so much. I really hate when I have like those little laughing fits that I have for like an hour or so. They just piss me off.
Yeah, but they're so fun though.
Oh hell no! Everything just hurts. It just hurts. I kept saying my nipples hurt from that. I don't know why.
Your nipples hurt from it?
Yeah, I don't know why. They do. Just watch.
You
Just
laughed
watch.
your nipples off.
Yeah, just watch like the ending of the hangout yesterday. Just watch it.
Okay. So, everyone had a lot of interesting things to say.
I
Really
was
good
gonna say
conversations.
something, but my head was just like, no, please don't.
I'll be right back. How does this work? Jamal Williams. What is that?
Okay, guys, I am back.
Oh, hey.
Okay, I have returned.
Yeah, I'm back now too.
All refreshed.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so this part of the show, we just talk about whatever we want to. So there's no set topic. So, like, if something happened to you this week, or there's been a specific idea you've been pondering on, or something like that that you want to talk about, that's what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Yay.
So community stuff. This is the community hour. It's all about you guys.
Stop lying. Stop lying to us.
Lying.
Stop it. Lies.
Lies,
The
lies, lies.
The lies are everywhere.
It's Grassofficer.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Am I here? I think I'm here.
You are here.
Nice. Nice.
Or are you here?
I'm
Or
here.
are you? That's an interesting question.
I need a beer.
Or do you?
I wish I had a beer. Wait, no, I don't. I'm hungover.
Yeah, you
I
crazy
drank so
motherfucker.
much. You guys watched me. I drank a lot.
Yeah, you drunken bitch.
I never drink.
I had like 8 drinks. It was crazy.
Yum.
I drank a whole bottle of juice, though. That's a lot of sugar and that's a lot of acid.
Yeah, I remember watching a film about how orange juice is made. It's mostly sugar. They just pour loads and loads of sugar into making orange juice. So anytime you're sick, and someone tells you to drink orange juice, tell them, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
All it is sugar. You might as well just be, drinking very sugary. In fact, probably the best thing to drink, I don't know, is I actually think 7-Up is the best thing to drink if you're sick.
Oh. Why?
I don't know. I mean, it's just pure sugar. But again, I don't think necessarily sugar is bad actually for you. Sugar water is bad for you if you're not feeling well. It's probably a good source of energy. In fact, glucose. But again, this whole thing about a lot of people are into kind of all natural kind of food, or what do they call it? Detox kind of diets. If you drink too much or go on a binge eating, you go on one of these crazy detox diets. It's all bogus. I mean, if you read any medical journal, the word detox, can't be found in any textbook on medicine or anything. It's just a word that they made up out of nowhere. Probably the best remedy for sleep, I think, or for sickness is sleep. As long as you're getting plenty of sleep, you should be all right.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think sleep really does it.
Particularly in this culture, because people are just constantly on computers and phones all the time, and people aren't getting enough sleep,
Oh, Tecate? Oh my gosh. That's a
Bad.
Oh my gosh.
I think I've had this like below the sink for a couple of years. There I go.
Yum.
Salute.
Cheers.
Oh, convenience.
She's like, yum.
Yum.
Ooh, Tecate. That's my favorite beer.
Is it?
When I look at all the other drinks, I'm like, Tecate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get this
and
one.
it's warm, so I have it in ice.
Ooh.
Oh, it's pretty bad.
Warm beer and ice.
Ooh.
Somebody is rocking right now. That's how you do it.
I'm liking this one better. This is water and passion fruit.
Ooh, passion fruit.
Yeah.
Passion fruit is good.
From my yard.
Awesome. I need to move somewhere where I can grow a lot of plants outside. I can't grow any plants here, and it's just totally bumming me out. I want to grow shit. I want to grow stuff.
There's lots out there.
What type of stuff you want to grow?
Pretty much everything. Every vegetable, fruits. I just want to grow stuff.
Just fill your windows with it.
I might. I just very well may.
I grow stuff. I grow lots of fun stuff.
Awesome.
Do you grow meth?
Good question. Okay. Right on. I wish I could drink right now, but I can't. I got to let my intestines rest. Andrew, don't drink. Don't do it. Anyway. So anybody have anything on their mind?
I think that's one thing that has been really pissing me off with people is the concept that everything that's natural is good for you, especially when it comes down to pot smoking.
Oh, okay. I don't normally hear people talk about that kind of stuff.
I see.
I mean, natural is just a word, right? So.
Well, a lot of people
botanical.
have been giving me the argument that it's natural, so it's not bad for you, and I'm like, you burning anything and putting it in your mouth is fucking bad for you. Don't give me that bullshit.
That's like saying fruity. It's fruity. It's vegetable-y. It's natural.
But what if you're eating it?
Oh.
That's like saying spotted frogs are natural, therefore they aren't poisonous.
No, that's not the same thing.
Therefore,
I can't smoke frogs, dude. I can't smoke frog. I tried that.
But you could lick them.
No, I would actually. Yeah, if you get the right toad.
But it's
No, but he's right. The word natural is used as a kind of a label to be kind of, you know, as if it's automatically good for you, you know, or better than, you know, the other stuff. I mean, processed foods, you know, everyone should know that processed foods aren't good for you, you know. I mean,
cancer is natural. Is that good for you too?
but the word natural doesn't tell you very much either. I mean, anything could be natural, you know.
It just means that it's found in nature. That doesn't necessarily
everything is
mean it's
natural.
good for you.
Everything is natural. Most of the things that are on the market, even if you look at the back of a package and you read it, you'll find if you actually investigate, most of those ingredients are
they are
natural ingredients.
Synthetically made.
A good example would be like the strawberry or the raspberry filling for donuts. You know, it's made from beaver anus, right?
Awesome. It really?
Yeah, it's a synthetic version of the beaver's anal gland, which produces a raspberry-like flavor. And whenever you see natural flavors, or you'll find out that they're natural, but they come from these various random sources. Some of them are crushed bugs for color and stuff like that. But everything ends up being natural in the long run. I mean, what really isn't natural, if you really want to break it down?
And it's like, if it does natural mean found in nature, then that means everything. Yeah. Pretty much everything except for like the number 119 plus in the periodic table is natural.
I can agree with you on the cannabis thing because I mean I've been smoking cannabis for 25 years every day, and I have been I've heard everything from, you know, the pro to the anti-pot. The people saying pot causes cancer, people saying it cures cancer. In the long run, if you just have to be honest with yourself and say, like this one guy, for example, the other day, like, yeah, pot can be helpful to a person and consumed in the right amounts. But, you know, if you're abusing, like this guy got really offended because I told him it was a waste because he took a 1.5 gram hit off of a bong of pure hash, and I said that's just wasteful, and he got all offended by it. And I'm like, he's like, I need it for my medicine, and I was like, dude, just admit you're having fun. You know, you don't have to justify it and say it's medicine, because that's not how it works, and that's what everybody's doing with a lot of things by saying, well, it helps with this, so I'm just going to take it. You know, and they'll take anything. If it's on the news and they say, oh, turmeric now helps you with your arthritis, everybody's taking turmeric, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the fad.
I mean, like, I honestly, like, a really important reason to use it would just be to get high, right?
I use it to get high.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And then, I mean, like, I don't know why people admit that. It's like,
yeah,
you know, it's nice sometimes, you know?
I say the medical benefits are a bonus to the high. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, totally. Right, yeah. Yeah, and it's, but I do think the research on the long-term effects of it are really exaggerated. I've met a lot of people who have used it, and I don't really notice any difference. I mean, I've known these people all my life, and I don't really notice any difference in their behavior because they use cannabis or anything like that. Some people say it makes you lazy, but I mean, if you feel good all the time, then you're going to be far less in that like survival mode. That's the only possible argument I've heard about it, is if you use it too much, then you're not going to be motivated to do something. But I mean,
that's true with anything, though. You know, I mean, You get wrapped up in anything too much, and I think the problem with cannabis is that a lot of people just aren't educated on the idea that our body has a natural, what they call the endocannabinoid system, which is our natural cannabis system of the body, and we produce. They found a few cannabinoids. I think I can't remember the name. Anandamide, I think, is one of them, and the THC and the CBD and various other cannabinoids. They help to supplement people who have a lower endocannabinoid system, which regulates body temperature, mood, various things, and as well, it has been proven now to kill cancer cells. So there's really no denying that it actually can help cure cancer. It's just a matter of when people are going to buy into it and actually start believing it. But you can look it up and you can see the medical benefits of it, but using that as an excuse or justification to just get high all the time is not what it's all about. I mean, one of the strains I grow has no THC in it whatsoever. It's all CBD, and I made some butter yesterday out of it, and so it's obvious that I'm not making it to get high, because you can't get high off of it. But I don't sit there and say, well, since I grow this, I only do it for medicine, because some people like to get high and some people don't. I can't handle alcohol, but I like pot, so. People like to judge each other.
I prefer cannabis over alcohol, probably, if I had to choose.
Yeah, it keeps me.
I think it goes without saying.
There's nothing wrong with admitting that you like to get smashed or high.
I'm high all the time. All the time. I guess maybe that's why I'm balanced.
They say that altering our state of consciousness helps with our intelligence as humankind.
Yeah, that was one of McKenna's theories, the stoned ape theory. Yeah. It's the thing is, somebody pointed out the other day, when you're a kid, you spin, right? That's just as humans, we desire an altered state of consciousness. It gets boring to be normal, and normal is a craziness in itself. But it's like
any substance. I think that a diversity to the diet will also enable certain patterns of thought.
And shopping.
Yeah.
Huh?
Shopping. Shopping's a big one. People get an endorphin rush when they go out and they go shopping, and they actually get a rush of serotonin when they buy something, and it becomes an addiction. And that's why shopping's an addiction, or eating or anything like. Yeah, it's an actual chemical change to the brain and to the body, and you get a dopamine release when you get something cool. It's just the same reason people go skydiving and mountain climbing.
Release when you are participating in anything that you enjoy, then.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. It's like somebody said, you don't see people out there outlawing mountain climbing because you get an adrenaline rush, but when it comes to something that's a substance you put in your body, it's considered inappropriate.
Yeah.
Unless it's cigarettes or alcohol.
Yeah.
Then it's okay.
Yeah, cigarettes are okay, everyone.
Yeah. That's one of my big flaws I've been fighting for years. Back and forth, man.
Oh, you smoke cigarettes?
You wouldn't know it, do you? I hide it well, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Once, not as many as I used to. I quit for like a year, and then last year when my back went out, my sciatic nerve, and I was just collapsed on the floor for a month. I was like, fuck this. So I have to break away from it again. But I also chew chewing tobacco sometimes, so it's like, I know I'm beating myself up, but, I find I have no way to justify it at all, except for it gives me something to look forward to, and that's that's a key component of why we consume things and do things, is because it's like a mini vacation for the mind. It's like when I wake up in the morning, I have my cup of coffee, and I take my kratom every day, and if I don't have my kratom, I know I didn't take it. I have to take it. It's like my routine, and I could sit there and beat myself up by saying, oh, I need substances to get through the day, but everybody uses something to get through the day, man. It's tough to live.
People don't want to admit that life fucking sucks.
It can. It really can.
And it can be fucking really, really boring.
Yeah,
so
really.
That's why we do things.
Right.
To spend our time. And I'm not talking about like work, but even people that don't have to work choose to work because it's something to do with their time. Like my grandfather, he doesn't have to work, he chooses to work.
That's a way of thinking. There's a lot of people that would a lot of people that work is just a means to an end, but it's not really what they want to be doing. They want to be with family or with their house or their environment or their land, but
6 o'clock.
It could be another addiction too.
He's at that age. He's about he's in his early 80s. So
early 80s.
Yes, he's at that age where he doesn't really do much with his time. Like, he's divorced. All his children are pretty much in their 60s-ish. And it's like he doesn't have anything else to do with his time, so he works.
That's good. Keep active.
Yeah. We should try to stay active and make sure that we spend our time doing stuff that we want to do, and that's good for us. It's good to do stuff that's in your best interest, especially if you like doing things that are in your best interest. That's really good. I tend to like some things that are not in my best interest, like doing hangouts all day long. It's not. It's fun. It's fun. It's good for me. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the funnies. I like to have fun, guys.
That's the internet addiction for you.
Yeah. This is pretty cool, though.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like my mom, she talks about, when we talk about the internet, I remember a few years back when she was saying, oh, you must have read that on the internet. You get the old people who say that, It's like, well, the internet has become our main platform for discussion and learning the truth. In the years past, you would say go to a book if you want truth, and the internet's full of garbage. But today, yeah, the internet's full of garbage, but if you sort through it and you know what you're looking for, you can find, pretty much everything you need to know because everything's out there. But it does become an addiction in itself. But I think that the rewards of the internet are just you can't even. It's just such a phenomenal thing that we have, and if we didn't have it, I can't imagine where we would be. We would still be in the dark about so many things. And one thing I'd like to say about the internet is that I think that now that people have discovered, that especially the kids that are growing up today with the internet since they were teenagers, they're starting to realize, or to them, it's like it's always been this way, that people have always been aware of everything that's going on. When people say, I'm almost 40 now, I remember, using a compass in school and that kind of stuff, so I was kind of on the cusp there. And to me, it's like we're still in our infancy of learning. So you're taking the age of a person, whether they're 20 or they're 40, it's a huge different perspective. To me, I'm just saying, well, we're just waiting for everybody to catch up to the reality that we're learning. Because, like, it's been less than a generation since the internet was here. And it seems like it's been forever, And I think that if we can keep society together for another 20, 30 years, if that's possible, then maybe we could make some positive changes.
Look at
Yeah.
how atheism has been on the rise within the last generation.
Say that again?
Atheism has been on the rise since the last generation. It's almost exponential.
Yeah.
Well, atheism has always been here. It's just everything seems it's on the rise because the information gets around so quickly. Like, everybody had an opinion before. It's just they couldn't spread it like they can
Exactly.
now.
Exactly.
You know everybody's opinion. It always existed. You just couldn't. You didn't know it in your face. You couldn't bring it into your living room 15 years ago. The culture is totally different. I remember, anybody who's my age remembers that if you bought a disposable camera and you took the whole thing of little selfies and you brought that to the photomat, they would think you were freaking crazy. They'd all laugh at you. And today it's a norm. So culture has completely changed because of the internet. And like rock and roll, like rap music, like everything else, when it rises up from the roots, it doesn't go away. And now banks are tangled in with this, government's tangled in with this, and it's become very, very complicated, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's become. It seems more complicated, I think. It's just that we never saw the complication before.
Didn't exist before.
Yeah, well, like you were saying about religion.
Far in our knowledge.
If you look at the statistics on religion, no religions are really on the rise or the decline. It's a very slight change. Because I looked it up one day, I was curious because everybody says this is on the rise and this is on the decline. And so I looked it up and it's like atheism, Christianity. I mean, Christianity's on the decline, but everybody's. Well, yeah, but it's not really declining as fast as you think it would. Is what I'm saying. It's like it's pretty much remained consistent.
Well, it's not going to decline in countries that aren't technical and progressive, and they're still ruled by dictators and religion, right?
Like ours?
Ours is a whole lot less so. I mean, Logic even said this conversation isn't available in certain countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Like, some people aren't able to see my hangout, like people in places. I don't actually know where. But it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That has to be wrong. I bet if I complain somehow, they might let me have my I wonder if the Drunken Peasants. I wonder if when they do their podcast and they do their hangout, I wonder if that is banned in some countries.
Of course.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it probably is.
You should ask them.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh, did you check it?
They've talked about it before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really irritates me. I really like everybody.
In China.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody in China could see this.
Yeah, I want them to see it. This is for you, Chinese people. Hashtag free China for Google Hangouts.
There's a lot that they wouldn't understand and wouldn't care for, some of them.
True. That's a true.
A lot of people in my neighborhood who use the internet for selfies. Period. They don't understand the tool that the internet is. Even though they might make $300 a month, they have a cell phone better than the one that I have, and they do get online, but they get online to basically put selfies on Facebook.
They don't know how to make use of it.
They don't want to.
They use it how it's best for them. And if you don't know something exists, you're not going to go searching for it.
Yeah.
I go searching for things that I don't know exist.
Yeah, but you're in a state of mind to question it. You're critically thinking. There's people that don't think critically.
That's why I think it's an important skill that parents teach their children to critically think. And I think within this,
just take them to Sunday school.
I think within this last generation, you've seen, it has been a little bit more hammered in to get showed mainly here in the West, to get people to think critically, but there's still a problem even within schools of not questioning what's being taught or not actually thinking about what's being taught, which is an issue in my eyes.
And that brings me to an idea of that it being really difficult, because I'm sure many of you have had the same experience when you discovered all the craziness on the internet of going wild for a year or two, however long, and learning all this crazy stuff, and then trying to assimilate that knowledge into your life to make it fit and see what you can do with it. And then finally reach the third point, which is to just say fuck it. And I haven't looked for really anything new or exciting on the internet in actually like a year. I mean, I look up newer information about the mind and the science that's coming out about technology. It's kind of fun for me to see what they've discovered about the body and whatnot. But I'm just, as for like conspiracies, anything that has to do with the what ifs, I can't even look at it anymore because it's hard to sort through.
What percentage of the internet is English speaking?
No.
What percentage?
I don't know, but it's lower than you'd think.
It's probably like 15 to 20%, somewhere around.
So there's a whole other part of the internet that's happening that we aren't really privy to because it's in Chinese or whatever.
Yeah.
It says here that 80% of homepages are in English, Well, the next greatest is German, and it has only 4.5%. Japanese 3.1%.
Okay.
That's one quote from one website from the internet.
The dark net.
Logic Only Zone. What's your name? What's your real name?
Andrew.
Andrew. I just want to say thanks for inviting me. I'm gonna go. It was nice listening to everyone's conversations and stuff.
Yeah, you're always welcome.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
Thanks for being here, man. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Peace.
Hey, boss. Fuck you, man.
Hey, boss. I got the cancer.
Anyway.
The pussy face, boss.
I live in an intellectually stagnant environment. Me too.
That's why we come here.
Me too. That's why we're here.
Back in high school, everybody still called electronic music techno for me, and it's always been my biggest pet peeve.
What, electronic
music? I have a community here that lots of little kids that I like spending time with in the park, and there's a bunch of missions that usually come from actually Michigan. And they come and they help the people in the neighborhood, and they give them free beans and rice for hanging out and learning Christian stuff. So the people here aren't so educated about animals in some ways. They look at animals very differently than we do sometimes back home. And so they're guard dogs, or they're fun when they're puppies. So this child came up to me and showed me her new puppy, and I said, oh, that's beautiful. And a couple months later, the child came back with the same puppy, and it was literally covered in ticks. And it was late at night, the sun had just gone down, and I was mortified, and I had no place to bring it because I have my own dogs, and like, that's not going to work. So I said, keep it in this garage, I'll be back first thing in the morning for it. I came back the next morning, and the household was full of missions, about 13 or 14 American people that have come for the week, and they're going to build bunk beds in these people's house because there's not enough bedding for all the children. So I walk in there, I say, where's the puppy? It's in this garage. It is literally about to die. So I carry this puppy and step over the legs of all these teenage and young missionaries that have come for vacation and to help. And as I walk through, this woman comes right into my face and she says, is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, those people.
You're just like, you better back off.
Well, I'm thinking, you're here to help this family. Granted, it's a wonderful thing. But if you're not teaching them that this is a God-made thing that they need to learn how to care for, but again, there are so many kids in the house, that's what they really need to care for. Right. It's not about learning prevention. It's about storming forward and being forgiven. So I helped in the forgiving process, and I took that dog out of there, and it ended up having a very nice story, and that particular dog ended up going back to the States and lives with a nice man in Ohio or something.
That brings up a really good point, too, though. Because, you know, you've got, when you're out there and you have people who are distracted like that with their lives, they got a lot of kids, they're trying to make it by, it's easy for them to fall prey to those kind of people. And that's what you'll always notice. And you don't, it's not a matter of us not being able to think critically, it's not having the time in a lot of cultures and not having the resources.
Right, but the missions are teaching the correct way is the way of the book, is the way of the Bible, and it's missing some important information, the here and now, like this dog, like, you know, like health for the kids, and not stepping over garbage for 2 months, and the kids are stepping over it just.
But none of that matters, because only the afterlife matters, so none of this matters. We're just here, right?
Oh, yeah. Forgot that one, huh?
Who cares about the garbage, man? You'll spend eternity in heaven. It's just a few years of garbage.
We're going to spend this life worrying about a next life that we aren't even sure exists.
They can't wait for Judgment Day.
This is Judgment Day. Every day.
Like, it's interesting when a lot of people talk
that's a good
about
one.
like suicide bombers and martyrdom, and they don't I think a lot of people talk about it, and they don't understand exactly what they're talking about. These people don't think that there might be an afterlife. They know there's an afterlife, and that's a very scary concept for someone to think they know.
Well, I just think it's sad that these missionaries, they go to these they go to these places where it's horrifying. Life is horrifying, and they don't teach them how to be better, how to grow plants, how to take care of animals. You know, how to the importance of preserving their environment and working like essential
some of
things.
these people, though, Logic, some of these people, their land has been taken away from them. And not so long ago, did tourism become very important here. And before tourism, this was still a banana republic. So these lands were taken away and then given back to them in small lots that they didn't like have to work for generations, and the generations move quickly because they have babies quickly. So for generations living in one area that was granted to them maybe 40 years ago as their homestead, it's like a little lot all one next to each other. There's no room to grow, and they left the land. They now have cell phones, and they've moved into the progressive way of living. They all have the TVs, but they still have tin roofs and dirt floors.
Yeah. Where are you, Grass?
Yeah.
In Central America.
Okay. That kind of reminds me of Thailand a bit.
Except America has much more influence in this area than Thailand.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is America.
Yeah, and,
I meant United States politics has much more influence on this part of America than Thailand.
Yeah. Like here I'm not living in squalor, but I mean I can't grow anything. Like I suppose I could grow plants out of my window, which is something I actually might try, but I'm on a second story of a building, and you know there's a lot of wind and stuff, so I don't know.
Windowsill.
Yeah, I'm probably going to do something like that because I really want to grow my own food as much as I can. You know, like if something happens, if something happens, I get all my food from a store right here, and so you know I don't want to just die because I can't get food. So I mean, I want to stand on the ground, you know.
Food.
Food, eat, good.
I dug up half my yard to make a garden, so it's like half grass and half garden, and then the other half of that I dug up to make another garden, so I pretty much don't have much lawn left, and I think we'll start to see more and more lawns disappear over the years.
Yeah. I mean,
growing your own food's great. I love having my own food every year, even though it's not, you know, enough to live on, but it's enough to learn how to grow. And a lot of people don't even know how to grow food at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know
like
that.
If the financial markets crash today or tomorrow, a lot of people wouldn't know what to do. Like, I think it's interesting that a lot of farmland people are not interested in what actually goes on with like agriculture.
You know, it's interesting. You can read the instructions and look at a YouTube video and get a seed and put it in the correct soil and give it the correct sunlight and grow anything. You just look it up and do it. But it's funny because there also is this connection. It's living, right? Once it's sprouted, I mean, I guess it's living in the seed too, kind of. But it was dormant. But once it's sprouted, it does make this connection with its environment. And in this silly little example is all these farmers and everybody in the area told me that the red tie plant that I have here, this, what is it called? Red ceiling wax palm. That it will not grow unless you have the entire root. The root ball is what they call it. So it costs $40, and I didn't want to pay for one. I found a piece, and everybody said it's not going to grow. You can't take a cutting and grow it from a cutting. Nobody said I could do this. And it took 2.5 years, and I gave it water every day, and I talked to it, and it grew. So yeah, the point is, if you have energy and you care about it and you are relentless for it to grow, it will grow.
I mean,
good advice.
It's true. It's true. There's so much to be said about plants. I could go on for hours about plants, but it's there's I talk to my plants and play music for them, and there's plants respond to their environment whether people want to think that they're aware or not. But a good example for me is they used to think that trees were all competing for light, right? Until they actually put on this radioactive gas over the branch of one of the big trees, and they traced it back down through the soil, and then it pumps it through the mushroom network, through the mycelium, and then into the younger trees. So they're actually feeding the young, and so they're not competing for light; they're actually feeding each other, and that's what plant altruism. I don't know, but it's for the survival of the whole, and yeah, they respond to so many things. Like, for example, a plant will start producing a noxious. There was a bunch of animals that were dying off in this African area, only in certain game preserves, and they couldn't figure it out. And they found out that the acacia plant that they were eating started producing a toxin, but it only did it and it killed off it basically slows the digestion of the antelope or whatever was eating them to where they all die. And it was only happening in the ones where they were overpopulated. So the plant was aware that there was a population problem, and it responded accordingly. And it makes me wonder if nature today is going to do the same thing in areas where, mysterious viruses start popping up and illnesses caused by maybe terpenes in the plants or various compounds. I mean,
it's like bamboo. Mm-hmm. People, very interconnected networks of plants,
mm-hmm.
and very, very resilient as well.
Bamboo. I got a lot of bamboo.
Once it starts growing, it just, holy shit.
Yeah, it goes crazy.
It grows so fast.
I got to get rid of a bunch. I keep flipping it down. It keeps coming back.
Where are you?
Portland, Oregon.
Oh, nice.
Well, Vancouver, Washington, but I say Portland because I'm right across the bridge and nobody knows where Vancouver, Washington is. So.
Oh, okay.
I grew up in Portland.
Right.
It's nice up here. I love it here. I wouldn't move anywhere else.
I'm going to Bellingham in June.
Oh, cool. It's a cool place. Rainy.
Cool. I thought about moving to Portland, and I hear there's a lot of communes and stuff, cooperatives and things like that.
Oh, there's a lot of not communes, but there's.
I mean more like cooperatives.
Yeah, there's a lot of farmers co-ops and stuff like that, and you can buy into and various things. But it's a progressive yet laid-back kind of area. It's just like anywhere else. There's some snobs and there's some good people. But it's funny because somebody left a comment earlier about lumberjacks, relating it to this area to crack me up because I've heard that so many times. Like, people have this view of the Northwest as like it's this rugged, flannel shirts and.
They're thinking too much Alaska.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. It was like that maybe 100 years ago. Today it's just a bustling city with buses and people and all the normal shit.
Yeah.
Nothing too sad. I just love the area because of the climate. So, and I think it keeps me sane to have seasons. I'd have a hard time living somewhere without seasons.
I don't know about that. I live in Chicago, so it kind of drives me insane.
Yeah. Well, that's too much for me. That's too much. Chicago would be too cold. Couldn't do it.
It's like burning half the year and freezing the other half.
No, we're mild all year round, so that's why, very little rain. Because everybody thinks it rains more up here, but the truth is they get more rain down in the south because they get the bigger monsoon type, rains that hit hard. Here it's just kind of a drizzle all winter. But
I know people from Germany, and they're like, Germany is the refrigerator, and Chicago during the winter is like the freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to move. My area is crazy. There's a mega church here, and they're conquesting the community and taking over.
Where are you? Where are you at?
I live in right in the middle of California. And there's
like Sacramento.
Yeah, like Shasta County.
That's a war zone for progressivism and conservatism. California.
Yeah, so I hate it here. Like, these people are really bad, and I'm trying to. I want to go someplace else.
Don't go to San Francisco.
No.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'll probably move to Portland or something, like Carpo. I don't know. I'll figure something out.
Portland's cool, man. Portland's a good place. I've talked to a lot of people who've moved back and forth from California to here, and everybody always liked Portland. It's just a cool place.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can't describe it.
I don't know what I'm gonna do though, and like I said, like I'm trying to forge a new lifestyle for myself. So I don't really know what I'm gonna end up doing. I'll probably get some kind of a teaching job down there or something, and in an apartment.
I'm in the same boat, man. I haven't been able to figure out what I'm going to do now because I've been, since I was a carpenter for like 15 years, and after I screwed my back up, I just realized I can't do this anymore.
Right.
So for the last year, actually almost exactly a year now, I've just been trying to find another line of work. So it's like you're always starting over, and at my age with kids, it's hard, but it is what it is, I try to think, what could I possibly do, I mean, there's a million things, but I don't know what I'd stick with long enough. That's the problem. Because I know I could do anything if I put my mind to it. I just don't know what the hell I want to do. I have too many interests, but nothing that I can pin down to where I'd want to work on that all the time.
For me, I've been going to school for mechanical engineering, and I think, I'm in my second and a half year or whatever. So I had to stop with schooling recently because I'm having issues with the math.
Oh, that's tough math.
Like, I was in the middle of a troop course, and it's like, I just kind of buckled down and had to realize, I really don't understand any of this shit. I understand it on paper, but when it comes to applying it with abstract concepts, I don't really get it.
I'd really like to work on a farm. I know that sounds kind of typical, but that sounds like something I'd really like to do.
We're hoping to buy a farm eventually. That's what my wife and I want to do.
Cool.
Just move out somewhere, just out of the way, but.
Kidding me?
Just enough to grow my own food and for a few other people, but not to be a farmer for a living, but to be able to not have to make a living because I'm a farmer and I can grow my own food and whatnot. But you're always sucked into the system because you have to pay taxes, and there's no way out. There's no such thing as leaving the system anymore. So you just got to make it work.
Unless you move into a remote area.
Even then, you got to worry about people coming out there and saying this is federal land. I mean, there's really nowhere left that's not owned. You can move to Antarctica or something, but
good luck.
If you get out far enough, you really could get away with nobody bothering you. People do it, but that's if you want to live alone. I mean, I like to associate with people. I used to think that I was the kind of guy who could just pick up and leave because I was a prepper for a long time. I collected a bunch of dried food, and I was all into being ready for any apocalypse, man. I thought the world was coming to an end, and it may be still, but I'm prepared now, so I don't care anymore, I guess. But during that time, I thought I wanted to move to Montana, so my buddy and I took a car and drove out to Montana to scout for land so we could buy land out there and everything. And it's just, I'm so glad I didn't, because in retrospect, it's like the Missoula floods took out so much of the topsoil out there. The area we were looking at is no good for growing, and it gets too damn cold up there. But it's like you have these intentions of getting away to the cut. But I like people too much. That's my thing. I didn't think I did. I always thought I was independent, but I'm very codependent on people.
Yeah. I'd like to be an artist. I want to do my music and stuff like that, but it might take years until I get good enough that I can sell my music or something. Because I just started learning electronic music, maybe.
Just never intend on making money off of it, and you'll be happy.
I know.
I originally wanted to do the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people where I'm never really satisfied with the music that I make. And because I'm never really satisfied, I end up scrapping a lot of it. So I never actually get anything done because of that.
I'm the opposite. I just make a song, I play it once and record it, and I'm done. I guess that's my thing. I played music with my brother in a band for a couple of years, and he was a perfectionist. He always had to like get everything honed down, and I don't know. I do like everybody who's an artist knows that if you're going to be an artist, you just have to do it for the love of it. Absolutely.
Yeah, totally.
My brother was trying to get famous off of it, and he finally admitted it to himself after 20 years that he was trying to make a living, and it just doesn't work that way. If it works out, it works out. But because I do a lot of different types of art, but I never expect to make really much. I always end up giving it away because I just love sharing it. I make these intricate little wooden boxes, varnish them all and everything, and I'm like, here.
Yeah.
Waste of. But I don't know. That's my own thing. I don't like selling. I'm not good with money, and I'm not good with charging people for things. It's always been one of my things. Even if it's something that I worked for, it's like, no, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, like I do private tutoring. I tutor Japanese to people, and I hate taking money from people for teaching them. I just want to teach, But I gotta live too,
You gotta live, yeah. It's hard, but you gotta live.
Yeah.
Work.
Yeah. Oh, and I wrote a book, guys. I wrote a book on Japanese grammar that I think totally changes the ball game and how Jack thought about, but I haven't quite had the courage to go out and find somebody to help me publish it. I need to find like a agent or something. So I don't know. I have like things that I have done. Yeah, I have things that I've done, but I just don't know what to do with it.
I'm the same way, man. I self-published my book on fucking Amazon a while back just because I just didn't want to wait around dealing with crap and just to get the ball rolling. But I have so many things I have written and created that I'd love to get marketed, but I'm not good with marketing or selling myself.
Yeah, me either. And like when people tell me how to do it, they're all like, "You gotta be all confident in yourself and like you gotta sell it, man." And it's like, well, look, if I gotta be like that, then
that's easier said than done.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people realize that confidence isn't just something people have; it's a skill.
Well, I mean, I can do that, but it's not me. I'm faking it,
Yeah.
And I hate that. I hate having to lie to make money. It's like I should just be like, here's this thing, and it's freaking awesome. Check it out. Look at it. There it is. It's amazing.
Well, that's another problem, man. I can't sell things unless I have faith in them. Like I worked for with my father-in-law, for a while, and he did air ducts cleaning and used this roto brush thing down in the tubes, and I worked with him for a while, made a ton of money, and I could have taken the company over, and I would have been doing phenomenal right now. Lots of money, easy work, but the job, I didn't feel like I was getting it done properly. I didn't feel like, because I could look down in the ducts and say, how are you getting these square ducts cleaned? He's like, oh, we get as much as we can. If I can't be 100% behind what I'm doing, then I can't sell my service. I can't work on that job. It's like when I grow weed that's just not up to par. I can't just slip it into the bag and, here you go. It's like, I'll eat it, make food out of it or whatever. Like I'm so picky about what I will put on other people. It has to be something I would be willing to accept. And so that makes it hard to be a businessman.
Yeah, I don't want to be a businessman. I just want I want to supply the product, but I don't want to do the business stuff. That's why
That's the thing. That's what I'm at exactly. Yeah.
I think I was talking with the person that I've been involved with right now, and we're having a conversation about like when it comes down to money and stuff like that. And in the end, we both decided that it isn't really important that we be like really affluent. We just want to live comfortably.
Yeah.
I think that's, I don't know, it's modest, but at the same time, I think there's nothing wrong with that. Just wanting to be able to do what you like to do and not have to worry about anything.
Yeah, like I think all of us just want security. It would be cool if people could see our art and appreciate it, and I think we all like that. But I think overall everybody just wants security, you know, so we can be free without worrying.
Well, and that's the problem, is when people start pointing the finger at and generalizing groups by saying, you know, Asians this or whites this or Muslims this, it comes down to really just some people within each group are just upset and unhappy, and they put it off on everyone else. While I believe that 99% of the people, just like you say, just want to live comfortably and in peace. They don't want to get rich. They don't want to be poor. They just want to be happy. And it's unfortunate that so many people can't even reach that level to where they can make it by. And that's what breeds contempt and anger, and that's what creates terrorism. That's what creates, you know, if a person's living a happy life and they have friends and a family, they don't want to go out and commit murder and cause mayhem and steal. I mean, no human really wants to do bad things. And so we say that humans, you know, have this evil side or do bad things, when in reality they're just trying to live, you know. They just want to live.
I'm pretty jealous of Grassofficer. Man, she's got like all of these fruit and stuff in her backyard. It's so cool.
Yummy. What is that?
This is a star fruit.
Okay, yeah. I had that for the first time a while back. I can't remember what it tasted like, though.
Kind of sour, and then there's this very short period of time where it's sweet, and then it ferments really quickly, and you can make really great. I like to ferment. Well, you don't ferment it that long. It just it becomes like a kefir kind of. It bubbles, so it ferments. It has some alcohol to it, but it's not alcohol, and it's quite nice. You got to leave the lid off of a bottle because it's fermenting, so there's oxygen that's pushing the lid up. So you leave it out, and it's like a fizzy drink. It's like a pop, but it's all natural.
Huh.
Cool. Yeah.
Damn tropical people.
Yeah, it seems like. Oh, I was thinking about moving to Hawaii because I'm fluent in Japanese, and there's a lot of tourists there. So I could probably find some job there and move to Hawaii. That would be cool.
Cool place, I've heard. I've never been there, but I want to go.
The issue is I have this expensive computer, and I wouldn't be able to bring it with me. So I don't know. It would have to be a decent job to rationalize leaving.
Whenever
Why couldn't you
want
take it with you?
What?
Sorry.
You couldn't take it with you, you said?
No,
like your computer?
It's too big.
Oh, it's a big-ass computer? Oh. Oh, that's big.
Yeah.
Jesus,
did you make that computer yourself?
Yeah, I made it.
Yeah.
I can make a new one, but, you know.
What do you need that much for? What do you do with it?
Probably gaming.
Oh, everything.
Yeah. I have a gaming console that motherboard I got from somebody, and it's fast and it's good, but I don't game, so I just use it for whatever. But my computers are all 10 years old, so whatever.
Well,
they shut down on me. As long as I keep an ice pack under there, I'm okay.
Right, yeah. I mostly just use it for video editing and making music and stuff, so. Anyway, right on.
Well, you can go anywhere.
Yeah.
You can figure it out and replace what you got. Technology is becoming smaller and smaller.
Right.
It's in its package. So the thing is, whenever you want to follow a big dream, you got to give up a lot of things. So
right.
I give up a lot of things that most people wouldn't, couldn't, don't want to, can't imagine. But I get other things like this.
Yeah. So did you? So you had to sacrifice to get what you have now?
Yeah, I'd say I had an ultimate goal, and I made sacrifices to reach it. For sure.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the problem is my first dream was to live in Japan. And so I worked hard in college, I got good grades, and I mastered the language, and then I moved to Japan, and it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, you know, so...
Isn't it a gamble and a risk?
Yeah, it always is, isn't it?
I had this epiphany in Vancouver when I was on the rocks one day, and I wanted to figure out what the heck I was doing with my life. And I looked up at an eagle, and I said, I want to be that eagle because I could just look around and see where I want to be and what the best place, most comfortable, best place for me to be would be to go right there. But humans, we have to actually go there and then see if that's actually where we want to be. That sucks.
Yeah, that does suck a lot. And I don't know how many more I have in me. I think that's the problem. I feel like I'm down to my last one, so I gotta choose really carefully.
Why?
Well, because of financial stuff.
Well, you could always maybe hitchhike or live on people's. I don't know, if you made a lot of friends, you could sleep on people's couches and what do they call that? Couch tripping or something.
Yeah, couch surfing.
Couch surfing. That's right.
Hey man.
Well, you can pitch a tent out here if you'd like.
Yeah, actually, I bought a tent in case I need to do that.
There you go. There you go.
See, I'm all prepared.
Well, guys, I gotta go do this awesome polyurethane on my cabinets now. I've been putting it off for too long.
Cool.
Gotta get it done while the kids are gone. That's why I got them out of the house. But it was awesome chatting with you guys. And
take care, dude.
Do it again. I'll talk to you all soon.
Bye. Yeah, I hope you get it done. Bye.
I hope I do too.
Enjoy. Take care.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
So that's that.
Yeah. So I spent a couple of years studying philosophy and things like that because I felt like, okay, I only have a couple more like shots in me now to like choose a goal and go like delve deep into the mind, what's happening around us and stuff like that, because I felt like if I'm going to make a choice here, I got to make sure I make good ones. So I've always been trying to figure out, and so now it's kind of just safety. It's like, what's the best way for me to have my safety? Yeah. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, some people try and find kind of stable careers, I guess, but when they reach a certain age, they have, what's commonly called, I guess, a midlife crisis. But so I mean, some people have even said they have, midlife crisis in their 20s, or even in their late teens.
Yeah, I'm having a midlife crisis.
Yeah, but I actually think I think the whole concept of midlife crisis is a bit insane. I mean, yeah, people have kind of existential crises all throughout their lives. It's just human nature. People don't like to become. Some people like to become safe, in a job that they have for 40 years, and some people like to hop from place to place. I mean, I'm a bit like that, I suppose. I like to, I don't like to stay in a particular place for any length of time. I mean, career-wise, but but more or less they're kind of the same areas. They're in kind of engineering or, mainly engineering, that type of thing. So it's not breaking too much out of my kind of area of general expertise. Like, I mean, it's good that you're good at languages. That's one thing I've always been bad at.
Yeah, I'm really good at language. Yeah. And learning information. Yeah. But I mean, those aren't like the most applicable of skills.
Languages I'm not good at. I'm generally better at science, maths, engineering, that sort of thing. But it's great to be like I'm envious of people that are bilingual or multilingual. I think it's a great asset to have, like another language under your belt.
Well, yeah, but I'm not very fond of the Japanese anymore. So it's like so all I can really do is teach people a language, but I do in a way that's like not that just I don't know. I just don't want to waste my life teaching Japanese.
Yeah.
It's
hard to.
Why on earth not?
Because I think they're unproductive, and I don't know. Maybe it's my cognitive bias. What's
unproductive? Teaching another language?
No, just I I don't want to. Okay, I was really fooled by my Japanese teachers into thinking Japan was like this utopia, and Japanese people were like the greatest thing since sliced bread, kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
that's a common. That's a common thing.
So they were
Yeah,
nationalists. They were
Yeah.
nationalists. Believed in their country.
Yes.
People have a kind of a romanticized view of Japanese people, I think. I think a lot of this, yeah. I have friends who are, you know, they're mad into Japan. They think it's the best thing since, you know, pizza with sauce. But they've never actually been to Japan. They don't know Japanese people. You know, they think they have a kind of a cartoonish concept of Japan, which is very distant. I mean, they're fine people. You know, they're hard workers. That's the thing. They're extremely dedicated to their work. They're very career oriented. They're very they're essentially merit based society. You know, if you're a business person, you have to be if you're in business, for example, and if someone even a little bit senior over than you invites you out to dinner, you have to, you know, cancel all arrangements probably and go to dinner with this person, you know, because he's, you know, your superior, you know.
Well,
I mean,
it's like this. I was dating a Japanese girl, and her boss took her to a hotel and wanted her to have sex with him at the hotel because he was her boss, and she, you know, and so those kind of situations occur. And so, I mean, I have a really, yeah, it's probably everywhere, but I kind of have this slimy image of them, and I just hate to be in that place all the time in my head thinking about Japanese culture and language and stuff. But actually, I guess ironically, I really enjoy the language itself. So I don't know. Maybe I will just do something like that. I don't know.
Well, you've gained some valuable knowledge. You just have to figure out how to use it that's going to fulfill you and not bring up the anger that you're left with from the disappointments.
Right, yeah. And then, you know, I got to move on and make my next choice and head for that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit of a different ball game now, though, because I'm not, I've kind of lost my family because I'm an atheist, kind of, so.
You have a new one.
Yeah, my family are, oh, yeah, I'll just get a new one. There you go. Man, Grassofficer's so helpful.
It's so easy.
Yeah, isn't it interesting how other people just see something in you so quickly when you can't see it yourself?
Well, it's funny. When I was really young, I was thought about that, like age 5 and 6. Like, I just can't wait until I can create a family, like have a family, because I don't know what this is crazy here. So, yeah, you can wait a long time for that.
Yeah, and yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but back to Japan. I mean, Japanese people are great people. I've nothing against them, but I think generally the West in particular have a kind of a romanticized view of Japan. I mean, it's the same everywhere. I mean, people have a romanticized view of England. People have a romanticized view of France. You know, it's great romantic. You know, or Paris in particular. People think Paris. They think of, you know, this wonderful city of lights, and then they forget about the slums.
Stereotyping.
Yeah. And yeah, it's the same everywhere. You know, I mean, yeah, you really have to go to these places, I guess. But at least you have the kind of badge to say that you've been to Japan, you've experienced it, and it, you know, it wasn't for you, you know.
Yeah, it definitely was not for me. Yeah, well, it just sucks when people just don't want to take the time to assess the quality of your character, and instead they just like assume something about you based on mere observation, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like when I was a kid. People used to make fun of me and say I was gay, but I'm not gay. And, you know, they just make an assessment about the way that I handle myself or whatever, you know. Oh, I hate that.
I think it's very hard to pick up on sexuality, because I mean it's so similar. You don't know if a person is gay or bisexual. I mean that was part of the original tactic, I think, of Harvey Milk. If you know who that was, Harvey Milk. He was the first. I think he was the first gay mayor or something. I think. I forget. There's a movie anyway called Milk, but his original tactic for kind of the beginning of the gay rights movement was, well, people have to come out because everyone has a gay relative, and you don't know where who gay people are. You know, in a sense, they're everywhere. You know, everyone has a gay uncle or gay.
They're everywhere.
Yep.
They're in your closet.
And that's part of the reason why the discrimination against them makes very little sense, because they're literally, you know, everywhere. Everyone has a relative, you know, that it could be gay, you know, and it's
what?
Yeah. Oh, it's
Thanks,
not threatening.
MrJackal.
I mean, if you look at the history, I mean, think interesting tapes were leaked, I think, recently about Richard Nixon saying, you know, that he'd know nothing against the gay thing, you know, when the way he said it is, I think there was a Young Turks video about it, you know, with Richard Nixon with Henry Kissinger saying, you know, well, I've nothing against, you know, the gay thing, you know, and like Henry Kissinger was like yes. You know, Oscar Wilde was gay, and you know he was okay, you know, so on. So
yeah.
But every society, I mean, Rome, ancient Greece, you know, these societies, you know, had gay people in them, you know, and they were highly advanced, you know. So I think once a society reaches a certain stage of advancement, they begin to incorporate different minorities into them. I mean, earlier we were talking about racism, but in ancient Rome, actually, race was a kind of a nuanced subject. I mean, class was actually more important in Rome than race was. I mean, you could be black and still be relatively privileged. They weren't called black; they were called Moors, but they were. You know, it didn't matter if they were black or white or tanned or whatever. It just depended on their class, kind of their place in the society. But I mean, yeah. The same. I mean, but actually, that's how their empire grew. The same with Greece. I mean, Greece at one stage was from Egypt, you know, to Persia. So it was a huge empire, the Macedonian Empire. So I mean, so the whole concept of race really only a recent phenomenon, and that's why, I mean, any sort of discrimination against any minority doesn't make any sense. And we're at the stage now where even discrimination based on class, like middle class, first class, lower class of society, is beginning to, well, you would only hope it should begin to wear away. Like, there shouldn't be any discrimination between rich or poor people.
Right. Anyway. Oh man, so many good conversations. So anybody want to talk about anything? I don't know. I kind of vented a fair amount, so. Anything you guys want to talk about?
I've been kind of away from making videos for a while, but I'm working on a new video. It's a recording done by Richard Feynman. Does anyone here watch any videos by Richard Feynman? He was a physicist. He lived. He's dead now, but he lived primarily during the era of kind of the development of quantum mechanics. but like some of his talks and his discussions on particle physics and quantum mechanics, they're considered legendary, you know, in the physics world. And he has like huge notes on kind of physics and on everything, like, and it's all online. Like if you look up Richard Feynman, and if you're ever interested in physics or particle physics or quantum mechanics, probably the best, one of the best lecturers in history was Richard Feynman. The one, his famous quote was, "If you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand quantum mechanics." And he won the Nobel Prize for developing quantum electrodynamics, which is kind of a really advanced form of quantum mechanics. But he was basically a genius, you know. He developed a lot of things in his life, and he died when he was I think he was 69. So he you know, he died relatively young. But yeah, he also worked on the Manhattan Project when he was a PhD student. He did calculations on the yield of the first nuclear weapon. But he after the war, he actually fell into a kind of a depression because he started, you know, going to you know, like restaurants and everything with his mother, and after seeing kind of the effect of the Second World War, the finale of the Second World War with the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he felt to feel like depressed because he knew that if America had the bomb, the Soviet Union would soon have it, then China, India, soon nuclear weapons would be everywhere. And he just said, you know, what's the point in, you know, building all these cities if they're going to be reduced to rubble, you know, soon. So he fell into a kind of a depression. And the thing that got him out of the depression was kind of going back to solving basic problems again, you know. I think there was there's never been a kind of a film about him. Like, there's lots of films about Stephen Hawking and everything, but there should really be, I think, a good, if anyone goes into making films, a good subject to make a film about would be Richard Feynman, because his life is very interesting. He played bongo drums, you know. He I think he went to Brazil to live in Brazil for a while, you know. He got into lots of kind of weird shenanigans, lots of weird kind of adventures about him as well. About him, like there's like tons of stories about him. They're kind of legendary. But if you ever want to read anything or look up anything, you know, about physics, I'd suggest look up Richard Feynman.
Okay, right on, right on. I don't really bother with physics, and that's only because I don't really care for math. I know it's like good and everything. Math is good, but I'm not very good at it because of my eye issue. So too many. Yeah. I'm not good with numbers. So
that's fair enough. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, physics. It depends on the type of physics. Now, some physics you can learn very much diagrammatically, but I think Richard Feynman he developed maths as well, but they were kind of more diagrammatic. Some of the things he's famous for are things called Feynman diagrams, which actually show you kind of they're nice little patterns. If you ever want a kind of a weird, kind of a quirky pattern to put on a T-shirt, I'd suggest, you know, put Feynman diagrams on them. But they actually show kind of they're kind of mathematical diagrams showing kind of the trajectories of particles, and you know, if you know what antimatter is, you know, it shows you like how a electron and an anti-electron come together, annihilate, and form a gamma ray, and so on. But nice little diagrams like that to kind of explain what's going on kind of with particles. But yeah, but I know some of the maths can make it seem very kind of daunting, the challenge of sitting down and reading a book. Like Stephen Hawking's books are good as well. They don't have a lot of equations in them. I think the only equation in A Brief History of Time is E equals mc squared. But other than that, it's mainly word-based. But it's descriptive. Yeah. In fact, a lot of you do have to have a big imagination to kind of picture some of these concepts, particularly some of Stephen Hawking's kind of ideas of what happens around the event horizon of a black hole, for example. Like, so a lot of the things, like a lot of the theories he came up with, because he can't write, he can't move his hands, so he had to have a big imagination to be able to sit in a wheelchair and create all of these theories, you know, just by sitting there and thinking. So, and that's reflected in his books. If you ever read A Brief History of Time, you need to have a kind of a big imagination to kind of get your head around some of this. So it's actually, you don't need that much maths, but to study physics, you do need to have some maths, or at least not be as afraid of it as maybe you were in school. Yeah, but it's not for everyone, I know.
Well, I think physics is interesting, very interesting.
Yeah.
And I have a question. Have you watched any of who was on last time? Was it Heifel Day? How do I pronounce it?
Yeah, Heiflo Day.
Heiflo Day. Have you watched any of his recent videos?
Yeah. No. I'm not familiar with him. If you could send a link, I might take a look at it. Are they?
He's recently trying to make a point and posing some. He's put some links together, some other lectures. One that I know very well and I enjoy, and some new ones. And he's trying to, you know what? I really enjoy listening to his videos, but I actually can't tell you really what he's trying to say exactly. I understand the videos that he's posted, and I find that the speakers are very fluent and very layman, and it's easy to understand the flow. I find, how do I pronounce Heifel Day? Interesting, but I trouble a little with trying to understand exactly what he's saying. So anyways, I just wanted to know if you've been watching. You seem to be very apt at this subject with physics, and I wanted to know if you had a slant on what exactly point he was trying to make in his video. But I'll send you the link if I can here.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I see some of the videos. They seems he's talking about action at a distance, and one of them, another one he seems to be talking about again, quantum mechanics. Yeah.
So, but I understand all the lectures that he's posted. I get what the speakers are saying, but he's trying to make a point. He's using these lectures as examples to his point, and I'm still having a hard time exactly figuring out what his point is. And I thought you might have an idea of that.
Yeah, I get a little confused too. When he comes here, though, when he comes to our hangout, he's pretty intelligent and really useful. So.
He's lovely to listen to, and yeah.
Well, so some of the videos I upload, most of them are, again, they're lectures, but they're not by me. They're from other people. Some of them are from CERN, you know, the big lab in Geneva. But some of them are Lawrence. Yeah, some of them are projects that I do as well, like. That thing, the video you have up there is a kind of a energy band, it's kind of like a thermoelectric heat band. But some of the videos are kind of, you know, esoteric kind of things. They're things on again, particle physics, quantum mechanics.
He talks about if this is 3 dimensions, and he puts the things that if they're saying there's another dimension on the side, like there's more than this, there's like another hole. This as an example. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know what he's talking. It's like the concept of flatland, possibly, yeah, or like a cube.
Relativity. He starts his video with, you know, an elastic band and some washers, some metal washers.
Yeah.
He does a thing with the metal ball and some rubber stretch over a drum to a vortex.
Mm-hmm. It's probably like a Mobius strip or something. To show, like, if an ant was crawling on a rubber band or a piece of string or something, Yeah,
Right.
From the ant's point
But
of view,
really trying to make a point, and I'm kind of grasping it, but I can't put it into my own words. I thought somebody else could do that for me, because his words, as I said, I enjoy listening to his videos because I really like physics a lot.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, in grade 10, I found God in chemistry class. So yeah, it's something. I'm lame, and I'm not a mathematician, but I love the creative ideas and scopes that come from childhood for me, and then it comes out in like physicists' mouths, and it's really neat.
It can be daunting though. But if anyone has any specific questions on physics, I can answer them, because I am a PhD in physics, in experimental physics. So some of the theoretical areas beyond say like quantum mechanics, you have to sit down and read them. I mean, it doesn't matter how educated you are in the subject. If you're new to it, or even if you've forgotten, you have to like sit down and go through your notes and read. But there is a lot of kind of misconceptions about kind of quantum mechanics and physics in general, like questions about kind of, is teleportation possible, with quantum entanglement, or is a warp drive possible, like by bending the fabric of space-time, and how can you do that? But some of the
theory, that's
some of the no, you're all right. The point is that sometimes the fiction and the science, they can overlap, and they can create kind of a monster of kind of, I mean, some people ask me, is a lightsaber possible? Questions like that, and then I say, well, maybe it depends on if you're making it with lasers or plasma or something else, But it's kind of whether or not something is possible, or and if it's grounded in some principle in physics, it's hard to say. I mean, Lord Kelvin said flight wasn't impossible, and he said radio had no practical application. So it's very hard for physicists to say, whether or not something is possible just from a very narrow field of their study.
Well, cool. With that, it was nice to hear you speak, and I hope that you come back to church next week and you'll have viewed his videos and have a better idea than I do.
I'll look through a good few of them. I'll look through them tonight, but I'd have to look at them first, and to be able to.
It's not necessarily his lectures, because his lectures are clear. His specific videos where he's talking, trying to make a point.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll look at them. They could be on things. I'd imagine they could be on things like geometry, and maybe if they're on certain types of geometrical shapes, or are they on, as you say, kind of things like dimensions, like 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions, and 5 dimensions, and so on.
Well, when you're getting into the string theory, are you not getting into different dimensions?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for a lot of the equations to work, I mean, string theory, I mean, is kind of went through different incarnations. I mean,
yeah, it's been around a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been around since the days of Einstein. I mean, it really had its origins kind of in Kaluza. He was the kind of grandfather of the string theory, because his first kind of work was uniting general relativity with Maxwellian electrodynamics, and he came up with kind of 5-dimensional, what's called Kaluza-Klein theory, which is Klein was the physicist who came up with these kind of really weird geometrical objects, like Klein bottles, like these weird bottles that you can pour water into, and they'll come back around in a loop.
Right.
Yeah. You can buy actually Klein bottles on the internet, but yeah, the Kaluza-Klein theory was 5-dimensional, but a lot of the research online is 5-dimensional. Another person that's involved in this is a physicist, a woman called Lisa Randall, Don't know if you've ever heard of her. Some of her videos are on my channel. If you look up extra-dimensional particles at CERN or something on the internet, you'll come across like her videos. But she's kind of they're pretty high-powered stuff. But
extra-dimensional particles, isn't that what the big circular machine
the Large Hadron Collider? Yeah, that's right.
And they're trying to see if there's a missing part there that would then be associated to maybe another dimensional.
Yeah, dimension. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it would be. I mean, in fact, this year they're planning on upgrading the Large Hadron Collider, and it'll be running this year, probably in the summertime, probably in July. It'll be running at 14 trillion electron volts, so it'll be the most powerful particle accelerator ever created by.
That's called the Higgs particle, or the
Higgs boson. Yeah.
Yeah.
They found that in 2012. So but it wasn't. It was the Higgs boson, all right, but it wasn't the correct mass. So they think it could have been one of potentially 5. There could be actually 5 Higgs bosons, and they found one of them. But a lot of this is to do with kind of correction of mass. The masses of some of the particles that they found are too heavy, and the reason why the Higgs is important is because that's where the excess mass is supposed to kind of lie. It's supposed to these massive particles are supposed to interact with this Higgs field. So that's why they created. Well, they didn't just make it up. They had to kind of prove theorems and so on. But they may find so-called supersymmetric particles, not this year, but maybe next year, and those could be in a kind of an alternate, again, dimension. It wouldn't be a dimension like in science fiction with kind of different creatures running around made up of these particles. They're kind of particles that are so massive they can't actually exist in our universe. They only leave a kind of a shadow, in a sense. But some of these they were created theoretically because it's again to do with mass. It's kind of a lot of this is to do with mass correcting. The particles that they've discovered don't agree well with the kind of theoretical predictions. They're too heavy, so they need to have kind of partners. Basically, every particle, like an electron, has a super particle, sometimes called a selectron, and a proton has a kind of a super partner called a. Yep. So right. I mean they might find some of these are the quark, that protons and neutrons are made up of quarks. A proton is made up of 3 quarks, 2 up quarks and a down quark, and a neutron is made up of 2 down quarks and an up quark. But the quarks themselves may have super partners, so these would kind of be extra dimensional. But whether or not this is true or not, it still has to be found. These are just predictions that were developed. Yeah, just theory. Yeah. They have to be actually found. But they might be found. In fact, if they're found at all, they might be found this year or next year. When I think yeah, continue. No, go on.
No, I just think it's interesting that sometimes I get lost in the words, and then I come back and I gain some sort of understanding. I can put some sort of visual shape or conception to these ideas.
Yeah.
I just think it's interesting to dive into this. I forgot what I was having a drink.
That's good. It's good to be curious about it, because again, there are very, like, as technology develops, it's very understandable that people get lost in kind of, because things are changing so rapidly. People have talked about this for years. They get sometimes what's called future shock. They get kind of shocked that progress.
What I was going to say, I think that there's certain minds. I was speaking to a friend of mine who has a husband who doesn't understand certain types of logical thinking, and that's like deductive thinking. And I mentioned this before, that game Sudoku, like there's only one answer and you can guess all these different answers, but it's all like process of elimination. And there's some people that don't get, they have a theory and they go for that theory, but the theory can break down and show that it's wrong even though it doesn't show that it's right. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I mean, if you look at how a computer works, or how any type of system based on logic, as you say, there can only be one. Normally, there is only one route, but most people, I think, are kind of.
Sorry, there's different routes to mathematics, though. You can get to things in different ways through math, right?
Yeah, that's true. But maths and logic are actually two different subjects. There is a field of mathematics called logic theory, but if you look at the theorems of logic theorems are completely different. They're actually not mathematical. They're often they're based on kind of truisms, and like they're more like propositions. In fact, what logic is based on it's based on axioms.
Well, there was that. If you look at this guy's page, there's a whole lecture on that. He points out different things like critical thinking, like oh goodness, like if it's relevant, like all these different things that create logic. And he had 7 points that an argument or an idea and how it was presented have to follow under these criteria in order for it to be logic.
Yeah. Well, logic, I mean, it depends on, I mean, computer logic is different to, say, pure maths. I mean, logic is not necessarily mathematical. It's based on axioms, whereas maths is based on figures, and to a lesser extent, well, you have to have figures to do maths. There are certain kind of quantities like derivatives and so on, but they have to work on the figures. But as for logic, the principles themselves work on kind of inputs, which the structure has to be formed first, in a sense. With maths, you're kind of building it as you go along, but with logic, you have to kind of put the pieces together from axioms into a kind of into a working model, into a kind of a workflow. Say. That's in the case of a computer or a computer program. You have to have the kind of model set up first before you can put any inputs in. Whereas with maths, apart from functions, but with maths you can kind of derive. You can add things as you go along. You can kind of start from first principles and modify the equations in a certain way that they'll come out the way you want. But
right.
Yeah.
So in that sense, you can find out what isn't, but not necessarily what is. And the is theories that you create. So somehow I think that what he's trying to say, and I'm still back to this guy, Hytho Day.
Yeah.
Is that he's trying to say that these ideas, these external ideas, are ideas that we're contributing to add-ons rather than deductions.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that they are theories, and if they're based on maths, or if they're based on, I mean, some of the theories they're kind of people sit down and think about them, but also people observe nature and make theories based on them. So they're kind of adding things or subtracting things, or they're refining things. But that's completely different from logic. I mean, logic is something that's kind of constructed in a way, and you're kind of putting inputs in. I mean,
logic is a human thing, right? Isn't logic a human thing? And we're talking about physics. We're just talking about elements that we've found.
Yeah, it's
right?
like I think
logic is more of a humanistic quality.
Yeah.
You're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
No, there's that element of it too. I mean, logic is a kind of it's a word, but lots of things is like computer logic. There's then logical behavior, logical behavior mixed with like people say logical in response to something that's rational. But is logic and rationality the same? I mean, in some cases yes, in other cases maybe not. I mean, it might be, but the thing is, the logic. If the logic is there, say for a person to, I don't know. Imagine if a computer, say, was programmed to constantly reproduce itself, like a kind of a gray goo type scenario. Is it? It may be logical for the computer to like devour everything around it, including its own planet, to reproduce. But it may not be rational from an external point of view. That's may not be a rational thing to do because, again, you ignore external forces. Like, for example, the robot has to have a planet to live on. But
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry, emergency.
Hey guys, I'm about worn out. I probably need to
rest,
like do my laundry and stuff. Yeah, because last night I did like a 5-hour hangout too, so
yeah,
I definitely put the hours in. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you do a good job getting people together.
Thank you. Yeah, that's one of my talents. Something.
I know it's a good thing, but again, the language that's used. I mean, I know you're. This chap might be using logic in the sense of rationality.
Mm-hmm.
So it's different from logic. Maybe the way I understand it, that is like setting up a computer or a particular machine to do a certain task, which may externally appear irrational. I mean, people get frustrated with computers all the time because people are rational, but computers aren't. Computers are logical. So it's kind of there's kind of a compromise. And then again,
there's also a function of logic that's like the analyzation of set systems. Like we have knowledge of how computers are put together and how they're supposed to function or do function, and then so it's logical to when a problem comes up that's irrational, like, oh, why is this computer doing this? It's logical to think about the reasons why within that set system those issues occur. And so there's that level of logic. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always again pushing it back to I mean, what are we at our common kind of features? I mean, our neurons have to work on a system of logic in our brains, but that gives rise to a kind of a system which can be rational or irrational. But how irrational or rational is it really if at its core it's working at some type of logical switching,
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And then the opposite is true. I mean, how rational is a computer when it's running on a logic system that could cause it to kill itself? I mean, computers kind of run ad infinitum. They don't. I mean, sometimes there's little toys. In fact, you can buy where a computer. They're called sometimes suicide robots, and they're little toys that unplug themselves. They're little robots that are programmed to unplug themselves. But the logical. The point is that the logic that the robot is following to kill itself is perfectly logical, but it's irrational because, again, it ends up unplugging itself. So it's, in a sense, I think they're called suicide robots, or they're little I guess, sometimes they're even little robot arms that push a button to turn themselves off. But they're following a program, a program based on logic, but it leads to an irrational outcome. So that could be the difference between logic and rationality.
I missed that. Sorry, can you say that again?
Well, we were just talking. I mean, there's a difference between logical behavior and rational behavior.
There is. Tell me exactly. Give me an example of when you're being logical and not rational, and when you're being rational and not logical.
Well, if you look at everything that human beings do at the core is based on neurobiology, but the switching of neurons has to be in a sense a logical principle. It has to be set up as a structure, but it has to have inputs in presumably ones and zeros to be able to switch on and off to form a particular function. But if you look at things like the robots, I mean, robots follow a particular logical program, but they may lead to a kind of a totally irrational outcome. I mean, you can actually buy these robots that unplug themselves, and they're following a program. I don't know what they're called exactly. I presume they're called suicide robots, because they're able to, they either have a little robot arm that unplugs themselves from the power supply, so it's following a program that ends up killing itself. So, in a sense, it's following a logical program, but it's leading to an irrational outcome, because it isn't actually written in the program that it's going to the program is going to stop, and the machine is going to shut down once it unplugs itself. As far as the machine is concerned, it's going to run this program forever, but obviously it can't do that if it's without a power supply. So it's like the example with the grey goo, consuming its entire planet or whatever. It's ignoring externalities. And that's where the irrationality comes in. Even though it's perfectly logical, it's acting irrational. So rationality and logic they're not necessarily exclusive to each other. They're non-mutually exclusive things, I mean. Does that make sense?
In a roundabout way.
Yeah, no, it is very roundabout thinking, I mean, again, it's is everything human beings do logical just because we're
absolutely not.
No, exactly. We're not. Just because we have neurons that act on a particular logic. But that leads to different behaviors.
Sometimes I get mad about it, but mostly I laugh about it.
You could argue that everything we do is logical, because we have neurons that switch 1 and 0, and they follow a particular logical program. But
is that it? So we could just go and reprogram ourselves? Can we do that? Can we just reprogram ourselves? Can we say that was an old program, I'm ready for a new one?
It's hard to do with human beings, because it's pretty obvious that human beings aren't easy to program.
And what about the integration of machines and people, so that you can, I mean, it's pretty interesting where they have now that the brain, they can pick the patterns of the brain that can stimulate. This means close the blinds. You can have that application open and tuned into your brain waves. When you think close those blinds, it remembers that pattern, it closes the blinds. So if we take a step, 30 years, this has only been happening, what, 20 some? Yeah. Really, like fully. And so we take a step forward, another 100%. And so where are we at now? So we're in the integration of those things, right?
Yeah. Oh, it could go pretty far. It could go to the point where you could have implants in your brain that are able to recall memories for yourself.
Acceptable. Aren't we already on our way with our phones and our breast implants and our acceptable surgeries? Aren't we already on our way?
Yeah, but it could go pretty far. It could go to the point where people have limbs printed off a 3D printer and replace their real limbs, with a robot.
So all it costs is money, right? It just costs money. It just requires energy to do this, right? And then we know that when I was a kid and I watched TV back then, and I remember late at night, without parental supervision, there'd be these long commercials on all the kids that are dying in Africa, and that number has grown exponentially. So if we can just accept that, and then we can accept, say, another growth exponentially into the future, then we could have a whole group of like humans that are like dirty and with the dirt and earthly and learning slowly with practice and repetitiveness. And then you could be like, you know, progressive and wealthy, and you can just implant yourself with advantages that allow you to have more opportunities. How's that sound?
I know what you mean. You're saying it could cause, say, a divide between people with the technology.
Yeah, with and without.
Yeah, with some of that. Well, even now, if you look at the internet is only available to 2 billion people. So that's less than a third of the Earth's population is only privileged enough to be on the internet. So that's causing a kind of a global divide in information acquisition. There's a whole sector of the world that's has very limited access or no access at all to the internet. So that's creating a divide right there to do with technology. But the divide of that it's similar to the divide in reading. In fact, the printing press was increased literacy, but it also created the scientific revolution. And the one place where the printing press didn't occur, the printing revolution didn't occur, was in Africa and also in the Middle East. It happened in China, it happened in Europe, it also then happened in America as a spin-off, but it didn't happen in Africa or the Middle East, and as a result, Europe and China led the world, particularly Europe, and then America led the way in scientific advancement. But you could argue the same for the internet. I mean, the countries that have access to the internet are going to continue to lead the way in scientific and general development. And then the next stage, where you're going to have technology integrated in human beings, that's going to increase development and productivity and eventually dominance over people who don't have that advantage. So, but it's hard to say.
Sarah Connor, Skynet, Terminator.
Well, but that depends on how advanced robots themselves are. But if humans are destined to become these cyborg kind of creatures, if that's truly is,
if we're destined, what you're saying, that's already been predetermined.
Well, I mean, it depends on emergent behavior. I mean, it depends on the true aspirations of people. I mean, it seems to be. I mean, we could argue we already are kind of cybernetic creatures already. I mean,
well,
if you look
today we are, but I wouldn't say that 60 years ago.
No, but I mean, it's
mechanical. We were more mechanical than we were digital, right? We were still analog.
But if you look at the simple things as well, people forget that a lot of the world's population wear glasses. But and if those people weren't if those people were in the wild, and if they didn't wear glasses, they'd wouldn't be able to survive. I mean, glasses are in a sense a kind of a cybernetic, probably the first cybernetic implant, if you want to think of it like that. But because they kind of do something, they act as a lens to correct the lens which is internal to our eye. So in effect, it's almost as if we're replacing the lens in our eye with something on the outside. So you could another device would be like prosthetic legs, then things like
super strength.
Yeah, I mean even clothes are in a way a kind of a cybernetic enhancement. I guess you could say the first cybernetic enhancement wasn't glasses; it was clothes. I mean that allowed humans to kind of conquer.
But wasn't that really just for warmth in the beginning?
Yeah, but again, everything has utility. I mean,
absolutely.
You could say the same thing about computers. I mean, it may come along one day that people will say it'll be a utility to learn to be able to learn something without having to go to school, without having to train your brain. You could just download something into your brain. That could happen. I mean,
we would just be hitting the epitome of lazy, wouldn't we?
Be like, oh, I'm Neo. I've been at this 10 hours straight, and I know kung fu. It's like we used our hands, and then we went to tools like sticks and stones.
I think it's really interesting the generation that's grown up now.
Cut off there for a minute.
Welcome back.
Yeah, no, it's all right. The internet again. You talk about disparity between people who have access to the internet and people who don't. I mean, internet is still pretty slow by the standards of it could be. I mean, the internet could be very fast. Indeed, there's no limit to how fast the internet could be apart from the speed of light.
Of course.
Our constant.
Yeah.
Frames per second.
Billion miles an hour.
Yeah, but this generation, as you say, that grows up now, I mean, studies have shown that even the neurobiology of children is changing.
Absolutely. I find the internet so interesting, and pretty much everybody I know entertains a lot of life out there. They have children and they live in a beautiful place like this, and they just don't identify with the internet at all the way I do. And I find the age difference as I'm getting older. I realize, my God, I'm getting older, and these people are younger than me. And so that's interesting. But it's interesting to see how different their ideals and their way of looking at the world and their use of language and their level of knowledge and everything. It's so interesting. And being here, I don't meet these young, smart internet people. I meet a lot of retired 60-year-olds. And so I just think that those people have given up. And this young internet people who are thinkers are really going to change the way we do things, and it's going to be radical, and it won't be like it was before, and only these young people can understand. Like, I think about 20-year-olds now who never really knew life without the internet or without a cell phone. I remember life without microwaves. I remember dial phones. Like, it's just so amazing how things have changed, and it's really changed the minds and the thinking patterns and the ability of young people. Absolutely. So, cool.
My dad remembers.
I'm not really that old, but I'm just saying.
My dad remembers gas being a few cents, that much per gallon. He remembers the old TVs without the remote. He's 65. Yeah.
Well, there are benefits to the growth of the information age, but also one of the kind of downsides again is energy availability of kind of alternative energy, which may eventually bring kind of the information age to its end, because without an alternative energy source, there's no, we can't continue developing.
Like stuff with the old oil and natural gas and all this stuff is gonna disappear eventually.
So things have changed, but things have also stayed the same. I mean, but again, the development of the internet was a huge leap. Again, probably not as big as a leap of the printing press, but probably comparable in some ways.
Yeah, the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, well, the wheel developed relatively late in kind of history. I mean, people think the wheel has been around since 50,000. The wheel is actually only about 6,000, 7,000 years old. It's not that old, but if you look at the rate of progress, it's increased dramatically.
We've used sticks and stones before we even had the wheel.
Well, probably the invention of fire as well. The kind of the ability to make fire is a huge kind of leap. It's much more than any animal is able to accomplish.
Right.
But and once you have fire and kind of the ability to chisel stones, it seems that kind of the other leaps in technology have happened very quickly.
Yeah, there's Bronze Age and then Iron Age.
Yeah, because then if you're able to shape stone and control fire, you're able to melt iron ore into metal. You're able to shape metal. You're able to make machines, and you're able to eventually begin materials manufacturing. You know.
Yeah.
And
you have language and language came too.
But the rate of progress is huge, and it has created a kind of a cultural divide, a generation gap of several orders of magnitude. I mean, the difference between 20 people in their 20s now and then people in their 40s is huge. But it's created as well this thing like future, like the way you can have culture shock if you go to a new culture. If you say move from, again, maybe say America to Japan, you can have culture shock, but you can also have future shock as well. So instead of having kind of a shock in space, you can have a shock in time. And in effect, a lot of people in their 60s feel like as if they've traveled 100 years into the future, and they're not able to keep up with the huge rate of development.
The baby boomers.
Yeah. And it could go very far, but again, it could stagnate. I mean, the limits to computer technology are based on the size of transistors, and I think the limit is probably about 5 nanometers. I mean, the smallest chips now are about 10 nanometers in the transistors. So
yeah, all these different technologies. There's another little side with weapons too. That's also advanced too.
Yeah, although the one has always led to the other. I mean, development of any technology. I mean, transistors, say, were developed kind of outside of the state sector, but the first transistor was developed in Bell Laboratories. And the reason they were able to develop it was because AT&T held a monopoly on communications, so they were able to finance a good lab. But every other technology was developed. Most technology was developed as a byproduct of the military. The internet itself came from ARPANET, which was developed by ARPA. Now it's called DARPA, which was the military intelligence agency of the Pentagon. They developed the internet, or ARPANET rather, as a way to coordinate missiles, detection of missiles from Russia in World War III, if it ever happened, and also as a way to coordinate information in the aftermath of World War III. So if that's where the internet came from. And in 1989, they gave away the coding, so the TCP and IP coding away for free, and that's how in CERN in 1989, Tim Berners-Lee was able to program a next computer with a Cisco router and create the first hypertext transfer protocol, and that's how the internet came about. So, also by people in their basements as well, just creating their own kind of server stations for the internet. I mean, a lot of the first internet providers were just people in their basement, you know.
Yeah, I look back through history. came using spears, and into like bows and arrows, shields, to swords, and gunpowder came about, and then we go all the way to tanks, the first tanks and artillery, and then ships and planes, cars,
nuclear weapons, rockets.
Yeah.
I mean, then satellite, spy satellites, and jump jets and so on. Yeah. I mean, and now
we're still incomplete on the full potential of how weapons could become, like in Star Wars or something like that.
Well, it could. I mean, if some of the weapons in Star Wars are, again, they're planet-sized weapon systems. Even the ships would be massive. But
the Death Star.
Yeah. But again, you'd have to ask yourself, is that overkill? I mean, the military may be huge, but it isn't limitless. Yeah, I mean, probably even the drone war that's happening with the drone campaign, it's hugely expensive. I mean, literally, it's probably one of the most expensive wars, in history to develop all these drones, and the networks used to coordinate them and fly them and so on all halfway around the world is incredibly expensive, and
that's why they have different things like poppies in Afghanistan they use to fund their co-ops.
Sorry?
They use poppies in like Africa and opium to fund their co-ops.
Opium, yeah, that's right. I mean, a lot of the production of opium actually started after the war. The last war between the U.S. and Afghanistan. I mean, the Taliban were actually controlling some of the opium supply, so they were keeping it down. But now, that's pretty much the only thing people can sell in Afghanistan.
She had like she has a little tassel on her starfruit.
I'm so drunk. It's terrible. Just terrible. I have 2 shots, 3 shots of liquor. I'm good. That's it. I'm tingly, triggering. Blah, blah, blah.
I had 8 drinks last night. It was crazy.
Woo! I'd be on the floor.
I'm surprised I wasn't.
Terrible. Terrible. All it makes me want is more.
I'll take some Mountain Dew, thanks.
Where do you live? I don't know what time is it over there?
Over there? Over there, yeah. It's 7. No, what is it? Good question. My computer carries Toronto time. So in Toronto, it's 7:47. If you'd like to know.
In the morning, 7:47.
But here, let's think about this. It hasn't hit daylight savings time for Toronto, of course, because we get the sun setting and the sun rising at the same time all year round. I'm about 9 degrees from the equator. So we'd be in the 2-hour difference, I guess, right? Is that correct? Can you guys help me on this? Yeah. So 5:47. It's almost 6.
Going 7:47, 57.
Oh yeah, like a plane.
Meow.
Meow.
Yeah, it's nearly midnight here in Ireland.
Sleep not even just all fair line, Seamus.
Do it like this.
The star fruit.
And you bite off the spine.
Don't make it so spineless. Spineless coward.
Just like me.
Yeah. You're giving it no spine.
It'll mold to my conditions better.
It might break the mold.
There you go. Okay, so there's
Boy.
there's a spineless starfish, starfruit, fish, fruit, whatever.
Fruit. A fish is a living thing, so it would not have a spine though. It could grow back limbs. The regeneration.
I'm a lush, only certain times, not always.
If we could find a way to use.
Where's Lisa Emerald? She can give us some lush.
Yeah, if we could find a way to use the generating power of the starfish into us.
The starfish. I've been watching a lot of stuff about fish and the connotation of fish, because I told you guys that I was into like WoW Presents. So I like Willem, and I just think that it rings a bell for me because I see all these women dressed in drag, and they could be men. But the whole process is so interesting. I lived next to like 6 hookers, and it would take them like 4 hours to get ready. I could look through the window, of course, because it's dark outside, and they got all the lights on. And they have this vanity, and they all get ready with their shoes and their clothes, and it takes them hours and hours. I'm thinking it's the same amount of time that it takes these men. Interesting.
I would just dress up in about a few minutes and be done. It takes them longer than me to take a shower, for Pete's sake.
You know, one of the most popular things on the internet is all these makeup videos, and it appeals to that whole sense, like that whole like illusion.
Illusion.
It's not me. I paid for it. You like it? Will you compliment me on what I paid for?
Illusions of grandeur. Or damsel in distress. Or starfish in distress. Or star
I should bite this into the shape of a fish. Well, it was nice speaking with you.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks
See ya.
for
Take care.
being patient.
Aloha.
So are we going to call it a night, guys, or what's up?
Probably.
Okay.
I don't mind.
I'm going to have some tea and play some more love songs to myself.
Nice. I'm going to go cut my grass.
Yeah, we had to wait until the grass is green again up here because the snow melted and everything. Needs to warm up.
Thank you.
Awesome.
No problemo.
See you next week at church.
Yep.
Doo doo doo. Ciao.
Bye bye.
Correcto.